Good morning, ladies and gents. I'm just going to switch us over to market open, even though I'm not here. But I just got to quickly use the washroom, but hopefully it doesn't take till market open. Pretty bad time. The pre-market's looking kind of interesting. It was mild, and now it's showing a little bit of action, so I'll zoom in on that. Maybe this is the turnaround we need, but I doubt it. Um, But anyways, when it happens, it's going to be violent. So we'll see what happens. So it may, if it's going to happen, it'll be a market open, or you'll see all the market will rapidly turn green, and that will be what kicks us off. But anyways, I'm going to go quickly do my business and be right back. All right, I'm back. Ooh, that's some timing. All right, pre-market. Not bad. Nothing amazing. Yeah. Yeah, sorry for the delay there. Coffee kicked in and timing was poor, but I'm like, I don't think I can hold it for 2 hours while we wait for the early morning to burn off. So GME's had a lot of bad news. I wonder if they're going to bottom out today. They're looking for a new CEO. There's some other shit. Let's see if the news tells me. Yeah, it was CEO and there was something else. Oh, they got downgraded and there was an unprofitability warning and a whole bunch of news about it blowing ass chunks, which is, normal. But I guess the new CEO, most people that are in the know that's nothing new. But yeah, let's look at the volumes. So 0 volume on GME. 1 million. That's better than yesterday. Yesterday was like 600. So that's not bad. We're 2 minutes in though. It's not bad. 1 million a minute's good if we can keep that up. Numbers are pretty low though. Dow's unhappy. S&P's neutral. Nasdaq is up. Yeah. Tech is doing pretty good right now. Cruise lines were down on their way up. It's too early for EENF. Roadblock. Just treading water. Currency is neutral after a big dip. Gold's on the rise, but nothing new. Japan, neutral. Germany, neutral with a massive dip. UK, same thing. Geez, there was a little spook here or something. Quite the dip. All right, let's take a look at AMC. Same time we had our dip, I guess. What do I want to see? I want 1 minute, and I want to zoom out. That's what I want. I want to stare at ultra close. It's useless. So we'll see where we get this morning. If we don't get over 883, then it's going to be a really shitty day. We're going to want to get at least over this. Well, I guess this too. These two. We want to get over them, and then we can have a chance at having a good day. Yeah, Canada, or at least Ontario, one of our provinces, we went into lockdown again a week ago. And yeah, just people can't stay home. I'm watching like entire families go visit each other. It's like the virus doesn't fly through the air and come into your house. You only get it by proximity. So if infections are soaring, it's pretty straightforward. Yeah. I mean, it's air transmissible, don't get me wrong, but if you keep a distance, viruses are unable to travel long distances. They have to hitch a ride on dust or other particles. They can't fly. They have no wings. So moisture, water particles is a good one, which is sneezing, coughing, breathing. But they only have a limited range because water particles have weight, right? So Really what we got to watch out for is if there ever becomes a time that viruses know how to live in mold, we'd be fucked. If they could go dormant, have a protective shell that only gets activated when moisture's arrived, oh man, that's the end of society as we know it. We'd have to live in like vacuum bubbles and wear respirators. But as it stands, sunlight destroys them, heat, air, oxygen, the actual oxygen molecules. So, uh, so far so good. You know, no doomsday pandemic virus yet. Give it time though. Oh man, yeah, yeah. We're not having any speed on the volume, as you're saying in chat, and it looks like GME isn't showing no commitment either each way. This baby is going to bottom out. Where's their breakdown point? I guess it'll be 135. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, there was more volume in closing than they're seeing in the morning. Are we the same? Yeah. And I knew this would kind of get erased. Like, I think even if we go negative today, it's going to be somewhere around 864. This here was an oversell for sure. But I don't know what happened last night. Like, everybody seemingly didn't have a good time last night. And I don't know what this was. Because, yeah, that was just like a sell with the buyers completely gone. It didn't make any sense. So I expected that to have, you know, a rapid down, rapid correction. So we're getting that. Hopefully we get 100% correction. I'd be happy if we just stay over this red line because this is kind of hype. So as long as we're over this red line, it's basically saying this is stupid. And that's what I want the market to say. Because if the market says, no, that's a good idea, then clearly the market is much more negative than I thought it was. Ah. Oh well. Yeah, we'll see how it plays out. Just let me charge my spacesuit in this game here. And then I'm going to take a quick look at the chart to see if we'll have a breakup point. All right, let's see here. Yeah, so we're not too far from a possible escape point. So if we just kind of get somewhere around any of these reds, I'm just going to mark them all so you can kind of get an idea of just how many support and resistance lines there are. You know, there's a bitch ton, right? That's why I don't label them all, because obviously there's a ton. But I'm guessing the ones we really care about are these guys here. So if we break these guys, then this guy will probably be our last one before we get up and over to 944. But Jesus, like 944 is so low. And then we get back into the 961s. Here, I'll just leave these up. And, yeah. And, okay. I guess that's good enough for now. I don't think we're going to hit 1150 today. But who knows? If we hit the gas pedal, I'll just add more. But yeah, we got a lot to deal with first. Okay. GME is a few cents away from falling. Dow is plummeting. S&P is thinking about it. Nasdaq's doing great. Cruise lines not so much. EENF started at 2%. All right, let's see what kind of day we're gonna have. Yeah, I really do want us to stay up here. It's not looking positive, but who knows? We might be able to turn that frown upside down. Ugh. Nope, we're gonna have a technical breakdown. Sad pandas. Yeah. I was hoping we'd get a correction saying that that was an oversell. Looks like life hates us. And that might lead to people selling to get out of the way. Well, that's good news for us. If competition goes under, that just means they couldn't take the pressure and cut it and they're gone. And that's good. Suck it. But we know we have the money to last another 2 years. So our risk is low. This company can basically run on 0 income for 2 years. So there's no problem for us. We're at no risk of going under. So that's off the table, thankfully. We just have to convince the regular investors that there's a big value deal here that they're clearly missing. But all they do is they see red and they're like, well, see, it's bad. And it's like, it's only bad because you're making it bad. $8 does not reflect the quality, the growth, and the potential of this company. It reflects the fear of the temporary market. Which is why it makes it annoying, because it just means we have to wait longer. But it does mean you're getting it on discount. But my money is stuck. So I'm not getting any of this. But you guys can enjoy the sweet, sweet discounts. I didn't see any high volume on my side. Well, fear-mongering or scaremongering is a definite tactic. If you're a rich person, you want to buy it on discount, you just tell everybody how bad it is. Because the fundamentals will eventually win out. In the long run, fundamentals almost always win. So you basically, if you just temporarily depress it with fear and disorientation, uncertainty, then you just wait it out and it'll auto-correct and you are rich. It's basically the legal way to pump and dump. You just go, well, I don't know if AMC's gonna make it. Oh man, AMC smells funny. All of that doesn't matter. I don't want to be a cheerleader for this stock, but I do like it. I don't care about the company at all. I don't even have AMC theaters anywhere near me. because Canada, but it's definitely a quality investment. It just has to realize that. Good morning, everyone's. Oh, 10:22 is not that far away. You'll be out in no time. Yeah. 14's a little harder. So a stock goes down and a stock goes up, but the longer you stay down, the less it's going to rebound. So it's basically, it becomes harder and harder for it to get to 14 right away. So we'll probably rebound to 10, 11 easy. But now it's like, I'm going to have to wait another 5 days or so just because of the negativity swirling. Just a minor setback. And I'm going to have to eventually pay rent soon, so let's not let this minor setback go on too long. I got some books on Amazon I want. Come on. Yeah, you shouldn't be worrying. If I'm worrying, then you can worry. But we're nowhere close to that. I don't really like that we're down so low. Because that just comes with a bunch of negativity and a host of problems just from us being so low. But it has long-term potential. No, I would say there's no risk. It's just a pandemic and temporary depression. Yeah. Let's take a look at the broader market. So GME is still nosediving. So keep in mind that if GME does this all day, even if we're trying to do this, we're going to end up kind of like that because of the depressing GME will bend our curve until we start going up rapidly, and then we'll go up like this because of that downwards depression. So keep that in mind. So they're curving hard. GME is about to drop, I think. Yeah. Well, we'll know because there'll be a ramp up of volume, which is kind of happening. With us, we just did a dead cat bounce. Dow's stopping its plummeting. S&P is going back up, not a problem. So yeah, this is pretty negative. But the volume is 7 million. So we are almost half volume. It's not that bad. But yeah, it's not great. GME is at 1 million, which is, I think, about average volume for their 10 o'clock. I think they get... No, they're 1 million on open? No. Yeah, maybe they're 1 million by 10 o'clock, and they're 500,000 on open. Yeah, because they only do 10 million a day. But I can't remember. I know they're 1 million sometime in the morning, generally, so I don't think this number's too low. Ours is okay. Let's see if there's any stupid news. Oh, I looked at the movie theater lineup for this summer going into the fall. Holy crap, that's a lot of movies. They definitely have a backlog. We're going to have awesome earnings this year. If the theaters can be open, the stock's going to make a lot of fucking money. But yeah, we have to be able to put people in the theaters, which is unfortunate. Yeah, someone likes the spread bets, Mr. XCE. Yeah, if you buy basically enough of them, one of the horses will take off eventually. Yeah, true, but you can kind of just pick a winner and things would be better. Okay, so at least we're stopping our plummeting. But don't be lured into it. It's probably not done. But at least we're not plummeting. So we're good enough. Yeah. Yeah. The pandemic is that would probably do it. The pandemic's our greatest threat to the stock price. So anytime they say the pandemic's going to go on, it's a pain in the ass. Interest rates will hurt us a little bit because we have a lot of debt as a company, but not, they have so much fucking cash now. They're fine. So it's not going to kill them. It will cut on our bottom line. But technically, when they negotiate interest rates, they're locked in. So the change in rates won't affect them. It'll actually hurt the people that are giving them the loan because they'll now get less real money in the end, pending they negotiated it. That's why banks don't like to give you long-term lock-ins, and if they do, they charge you extra. But the business world is a lot more flexible because they're not as stupid as retail, and they can just shop around. Where retail people are like, oh, financials are too confusing because we purposely make it confusing so that you buy from us so that we can simplify what we made confusing. We created a market from nothing. Hooray. Classic capitalism. Yeah. Create the demand. Man, crime has gone up. I guess you're going to need security forces. Meanwhile, you are the criminal. Yep. Anyways, that's another good example of people protection money, protection rackets. You create the crime, and then you solve the crime by just stop being criminals. Yep. But anyways, yeah. So the pandemic's the real big threat to us. Or if they come out and say it's no longer safe to be out of your house. But if that's the case, it's probably going to nuke the whole market. Because all these businesses, if they get you're never going to get customers again. Like, a lot of these companies are just going to be screwed. How are they going to make any money? So, we will see. You're $1,000 down. I'm probably like 50,000 or $30,000 down at this point. Don't worry until you get a margin call. Like, my favorite adage is, what's this green? I haven't seen this before. That's how we roll in AMC land. But this is how you get your diamond hands. This is how you get rich. Yep, exactly. Maybe I should take up male prostitution. Get some extra side cash. My slogan will be, I'll turn your frown upside down. Let's look at the broader market. GME's leveling out. Dow's leveling. Excuse me. Dow's leveling out. S&P's recovering. Oh, excuse me. The index. Yeah, that's good. This is the true index, but it's delayed. This is the top 100. So, yeah. All of the NASDAQ's doing good. EENF is nosediving. So it's going back into the channel from yesterday. And that was just a weird, resisted as long as it could. Broke out, collapsed, and now it's going back. What a funky stock. So what time was that? 7. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty in line with the overall market health. We're a lot closer. So the market lifted. We lifted, but it was nothing. GME matches the depression in the middle segment here. But I think that's more, well, based on technicals. But I'm sure that depression helped. Where here, like, we're trying to get out, and that depression basically just weighs on us the whole time. So our ups are muted, and our downs stay the same or are amplified. So we only go down. And then when the Dow finally lets go, we almost immediately rocket back up. Although this part was weird. Same with that. Well, that's today. But yeah, this part was weird. This kind of sell off going to close. I don't know what caused that. Unless it was GME doing that to us. Because the Dow is fine, so it could be GME triggering a sell. And that's what caused us to go. But maybe that's when they announced some GME news. But yeah, this is definitely not normal behavior for us. So, anyways. I think we should be on the recovery side of things now. So now we just have to dodge 1030. Hopefully it doesn't give us new lows. And then we're good to go. See where today takes us. So we're going to see if this is the dip.
No, this is us. So this is undue negativity from us, which isn't good. So we're showing weakness going into the dip, but the dip hasn't started yet. That's a pretty bad sign. So normally it's going to get amplified by the dip. So that looks like there's going to be more short-term losses. And now that these are starting to show negativity, we're going to have big negativity come up on us. Let's see. Yeah, that's good. No immediate reaction. It's one way low volume helps. Nothing happens, the worst can't happen. Not bad. Yeah. Yeah, Zach will come in later and offer us $5 handies. You know, the usual. Really feels like I'm looking at like the 20-minute chart or something. It's going so slow. I mean, it's good we're not crashing, but we're not moving anywhere. I mean, it's still better than crashing. But maybe that's why we're not moving anywhere. Maybe there's no stomach to crash even though it's supposed to. That's good. That's positive. Don't know how long that would last though. Trusting Smithers. Hey, Belts. Welcome back. Well, he still says $5, which I still think is pretty ridiculous. I mean, I'm not letting my dreams be dreams. I too am just doing it. But yeah, $5 is pretty ridiculous. Maybe I'll have to eat my shorts on that one. But yeah, we better. Like, we haven't even gone to 5. We'd have to go through so much support. Even 850, 860 is a lot of support. So I'm definitely not expecting us to go down to $5. It's just silly. Like the $1 price target from that one guy, and he's like doubling down on Twitter. He's like, no, my price target's fine. And you're like, uh-huh. How the hell is this company worth $1? It's like, if you are going to make a price target like that, you might as well say $0 or negative. But he picks $1. Like, because if you go negative, you think the company's unprofitable, it will eventually go bankrupt. Okay, you could say that maybe, but $1 is such an arbitrary. Like, why not 2? Why not 50 cents? Like, why the hell $1? And especially with all this hype, it's going to be a long time before we ever go to $1. Yeah, so total volume, yeah, sure. Let me just flick that for you. Total volume right now is 11.3 or 03. So we're about half our regular speed. GME is going at regular speed, about 1 million a minute, or sorry, a minute an hour. They're showing recovery. Dow's thinking about it. S&P's thinking about it. Nasdaq's thinking about it. UK's doing it. Where's the DAX? There it is. Germany's doing good. Japan is closed. Pretty bad day for Japan. So yeah, might get our recovery. We're about to do an S. So there's your 1 green, your 1 red. And if we can get another green here, then we'll break out. Unfortunately, just before 10:30. So it'll get hammered. But if any height you can get before the dip is good, because it saves you from having a technical breakdown. If this doesn't exist, then the dip would smash your bottom line and it would amplify the dip, running the risk of a panic sell. So we're right along the bottom, so we don't have such luxury. So I'll take any type of height, even if it's pointless. We will see. Oh. So the AMC Theater on Mars is coming along nicely. I figured out, I think I figured out the seating arrangement. And I figured out the concession stand. So, not bad. I'll post some updates on the Thousand Air channel later. That's my side project, why the stocks are figuring themselves out. Oh, man. I'm so tired. The low for today? Nobody can predict that. You could guess based on the technicals. So if I was to guess, oh, jeez. So 778 would be a major support line. But if you break that, then you're going to $5. So, but that's if we even get there. So, I wouldn't call this a breakout. Unless you're saying there's a breakout at 812, which is what, here? Oh, we don't want to go to a 750 dip. Look at how far that is. That's like... No, we want this to be the lowest possible price, but... So we do have a ramping of volume, which is nice. GME is bucking the trend. Ugh. This might take off, but we're so close to the dip, it's... You know, if the dip's going to start here or be at its apex, so what are we going to do? Like this, or we're going to do that? Like, we're not going to do this. We're not going to just ignore the dip. It is possible to bypass the dip, but that's only on days where you have so much energy. But you'll still see the dip. It'll just be very, very, very muted. On single stocks, sometimes I guess you could completely remove the dip, but there's usually at least some red right around 1030 or wherever your apex is usually. It looks like we're going to go for a bit of a run, but I don't know how we're going to swing it. On the 1 minute chart. Okay, so we'll just let this run its course. Just going to put a vertical line. Oh, Jesus, if I could stop yawning, I could see straight. I hate it when you yawn so much you can't see anymore. Alright, that's 10:30. Yep, it is. Okay, we'll watch that run its course. Oh, and actually here, since there you go. Yeah, that's good. So just watch its behavior going up to 10:30. So this looks good, but this is, you know, a little too much excitement at the wrong time. So we'll see how that plays out. That's nice. It's good to see that the volume is still ramping. It did go dead for like 1 second there, which is kind of poor. But the last two have been pretty decent. Ooh, that was good. So you have a little bit of red doing a retraction, and then the green destroys it. So that might lead us to a breakout of this stick. All we need is like 2 cents, and we're over this little green stick right here. And then that will give us a boost, if you remember yesterday's conversation. And then that'll, well, yeah, there you go. So now we should see a boost. Come on, slow-mo stock. Give us the boost. There you go. See how that works? When it wants to fucking play ball. So you get a boost, that's all you get. You know, it's not guaranteed to keep going after the boost, but at least you get a boost. Now if it holds and keeps this distance, then it makes it easier. Oh, it gapped up. So that should kick it off. Whenever there's a gap, that's usually a great sign that it will continue with some force. Oh my fuck. So fucking slow-mo. Yeah, it'll continue with some force, all right. Speed of snow. So this might be GME helping lift us up, since it doesn't look like it's the broader, definitely not the broader market. See who else is taking off. Apple. Hey, we're up on the volume chart. Riot. Mara. Mara's still up here? Mara's been all over the place in the last month. And so has Can. Did I bet for or against Can? I voted against. And I got punished. Well, at least today I got punished. Ford. Good old AMD. I should have invested in AMD for a long time ago. Good success story. Okay, the biggest losers are pretty heavy. Oh, not many though. 20 to 11, and then it just, the last one's 8. The best winners are 50% down to 7. So slow day across the market. Is that Playboy? I didn't know Playboy was publicly traded. Playboy Group? Other consumer services? Maybe. When was this? When did they go public? Oh, September in 2021. Wow, look at that growth. Jeez. That is, oh, I guess that's volume. Or is that volume? I can't tell which one's the stock and which one's volume. There we go. Oh, that's pretty reasonable. They started at 11 bucks and they're now riding high, but they're a safe buy at about 20 bucks now. Or even when they come down to 25, that might be nice. I guess the earnings. Oof. Earnings were bad, though. What about their first earnings? And not great. Interesting. Okay, so we're not out of the woods yet. We're not on the minute chart, so just ignore the mess. Okay, that's a good climb, but let's see how 1030 affects us. Interesting. So both us and GME are getting a boost for reasons unknown to me. Interesting. So we're going to go right to the dip at full tilt. See what the dip's going to do to us. Ah, right down to the minute, eh? Let's see. $8.50. Is that the going price for handsies now? All right. So 30 seconds, and let's see how it reacts to 1030. So if it doesn't react to 1030, we got to be hesitant that the dip is just being delayed, but it's a very good sign because it might be happening, but we have so much energy that we're basically crushing it. Or it's just being postponed by a couple of minutes. So we'll just see how. You want to see some form of a dip just to know that it's over, and then we can go back to making money. That's the best case scenario in my books. $8.50 time comment. Okay, cool. It's all good. Not gonna hold you guys accountable for anything anyways, so don't worry. When did my grinder get upgraded? The hell? Interesting, I have an upgraded grinder. Hmm. I think my welder would be upgraded for the amount of shit I built. Okie dokie. So, I don't know if that's the dip, because how can one tell? Could be the dip. Let's check if everyone else is having a dip. So the Dow just had a dip, but it's very short. GME's having a pronounced dip. NASDAQ had their dip and they're over it. Oh, I think we're going to fly off the handle here. So if that's our dip, look at how minimized it is from, like, GME's is minimized. The Dow's minimized. S&P was dragged out. All good signs. Yeah, that's more of a proper dip. Delayed. Shrunk. Yeah, maybe. Maybe we're going to go. I mean, we're just regaining lost territory, but that's looking very positive. See, there's your powerful S right there. So our dip was this part of the S. So there's our dip, I guess. I'm still a little leery, but if we get into here, then I'll accept that that was our dip. We'll see. Yeah, everyone. Well, GME hasn't finished the bottom of their dip yet, so there's still a chance they could go down more and drag us down. And I want us to have some more height. Oh, that's decent. But yeah, we're running definitely in slow-mo. Like, we need some speed. Come on. Show us the money. You can do it. You can do it all night long. Such a great movie, Waterboy. Yeah. And we're doing the reverse wedge, whatever the hell that's called. I really should Google whatever that is, since we're seeing a lot of it lately. Need a name for it. We're expanding our indecision up, down. There we go. Now we want to keep seeing a commitment to volume. So we're going to hope that the next one has high volume, and then we should keep this good times rolling. Good. Bingo. I had a dog, and his name was Bingo. Oh no, it's not over yet. If that's what your oh well was about. Oh my god. How do I get rid of this? If you're talking about the ideas of the rules of attraction, yeah, but that's wishful thinking, literally. There is some validity to it, but only in the sense of that's how the subconscious works. But you're really stretching it when you try to go any further along that line. You can't really will something into existence. But, you know, it sells books. Same reason like why the number one selling books are all self-help books and all that sort of stuff. People want confirmation bias. They want to be told everything will be okay. Which is why religion's still around and government still exists and YouTube gurus. Why, like, if this channel was called why did AMC go down today, I would show up in a lot more algorithms because that's what people search for, right? So do you think that's about to spike up as well? Which one? Oh, that one. VIX? VIX is the volatility index, right? Wouldn't matter if that spikes up or not. That's just a made up I got a alt tab anyways, so I can take a look at it. I gotta readjust this for going up so much. Yeah, VIX. Pretty sure that's the volatility index, is it not? Yeah, volatility index. Yeah. So that's an arbitrary, well, it's not arbitrary, but it's a measurement of fear. It's an irrelevant, that may matter for you since you're an S&P option traders, but it's just a measurement that doesn't really matter. So whether or not the fear gauge will go up, maybe. I think not, considering how gold is still not at an all-time high. Gold's still going down. If gold gets to an all-time high, like gets back to the peak, maybe. Maybe if we see a return to massive amounts of currency holding, maybe. But you know, that's more of a big picture thing, not really relevant to what we do here. But yeah, I think you're going to see it increase if the market goes shitty, but the market is just roaring. We're having setbacks, but it's nothing critical, so yeah. Yeah. Yeah, not to crap on it, but yeah, it's more of a lipness stick. I like volatility, but maybe if you're afraid of volatility, you would use that index to justify a position. Whereas I look at AMC enough that I don't care. I can read AMC relatively well. Don't know how to stop fucking painting. I want to stop painting. Oh my god. This game stuck in paint mode. Oh, maybe I just select a new object. Cancel. That's it. How do I cancel? There we go. Haha, success. Suck it. It's like a carnival ride. When did Scientology come up? Damn. You guys have a broad range of topics here. A little bit, Daryl. Depending on what kind of rock you have. We're doing pretty good. I can't comment on the volatility index just because I have like 3 seconds of experience with it, or at least watching it. I know what it is and what it's used for, but I don't care enough about it, which is why it's not on my watch list and it's not important, at least to me and what I do. Looks like a storms are coming. So this is, if you see in the bottom left of your screen, this is the start of the AMC theater. I did have a theater room here, but I'm just working on the maintenance room, getting the resources in, power in for the theater. And I'm going to figure out the front lobby. I have to rebuild it all. So yeah, so what I'm doing while the stock is recovering in its hospital bed. This is the mining facilities. And over here is the pit mines, which are all semi-automated. As you mine, they all go into they roll down the slope into the pit. And the solar array got moved and the antenna got moved because a lightning bolt came and detonated this entire construction area. That's the really shitty rover that runs on hydrogen and solar. And that's for mineral exploration. Because this AMC theater is really heavy on the minerals. Yeah. Man, I'm going to have to adjust the chart again. We're just flying. Slow-mo. Nice. Well, that's good, because if we didn't have a 1030 dip, then that's a strong sign, which is clearly playing out right now, so that's excellent. Let's take a look. So, NASDAQ's neutral. Dow's neutral. GME is flat, so this is all us. Hooray. About fucking time. So what that means is if this is all us, once the Dow gets past its funk and starts going up, then this will get amplified. And it's already doing good, so it'll be doing great. Look at that. A good turnaround. Easy 5%. No, actually. So if you're buying in, as I was saying you should, you would have made 10%. Or 980. Yeah. If you bought any time yesterday, you would have already made 6%. Yeah. Not bad. But Jesus. What a horrible week. Yeah. Oh yeah, I should get some lemons in there. Thanks for reminding. Yeah, once we get over 960, then I think we should be able to jump into the 10s fairly easy. Volume has gone up considerably. We're still behind on volume, but much better. So we want to get as much height as possible before 11 o'clock. That will be our first turnaround point. Okay. GME is still flat. Dow's declining. Nasdaq's declining. UK's declining. Germany, I'd say declining. Neutral declining. Okay, that's going to weigh on us a little, but that's not bad. Yeah. Probably just a little bit of retraction. A little breather before it takes off again. Well, I'm glad we're having conversations about Scientology. Just caught up on the chat. Yeah. But if you're into, you know, cultish mentalities, then just go hardcore Zen or take up any Japanese pseudo religion or even Buddhism if you need that kind of jazz. Focus on the strength of oneself, the core, blah 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 blah. Because ultimately, that's the real awesome. Or stoic. Just be a stoic. If you're going to drop religion and just work on personal fortitude. I mean, all of these have their flaws, but at least you can ditch the abuse of power. People don't run religions to help people. They run religions because it gives them power. And then they just dilute the idea. Because why would you do something to help millions and millions of people if it was a burden and it bothered you and you hated it, right? You have to get some pleasure from it or you'd eventually stop doing it. So you could be, truly just love helping people. Those people exist, but not enough to run multi-billion-dollar industry for 100,000 plus years. It's going to fall apart. A cult of personality won't last. Yeah, like say Apple. Apple may have started as, stick it to the man, but it can't succeed like that forever. Eventually you need other staff members and it can't just be centered around one person because he might actually die. And he did, you know. So, and that happens a lot. You have a company that when the KFC guy dies, the whole company goes into disarray because it was a cult of personality. And or the logo's focused around a real person, and once they're dead, how do you market? But anyways, enough about that. But that's just a little bit of a side foray into the larger scheme of things. But so we're still holding up pretty good. So the chart says sideways. Nothing to really report on. We want these tops to be higher. If they're higher, then we should get an escape velocity. Good times. Make sure there's room for activities. Oh, Zach. I love how people are looking for him now. What a character. uh, you. Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah. The $5 that he promised you is for handies. I'm sorry if you're confused. He comes around and offers $5 handies outside of the AMC. He's not a very good communicator. So when he says $5 AMC, he's not talking about the stocks. The management apologizes for the confusion. Oh man. still a great deal. Well, I wouldn't say it's a foot long or a foot schlong as it was marketed at one point. He did get sued for false marketing, so we can no longer call it the $5 foot schlong. I'm sorry. You're getting like less than 6 inches here. I'm sorry. I should make a shirt that just says $5 foot schlong. That's a conversation starter. And ender. I guess. Actually, Zach is like Q from Star Trek. That is a good description. He definitely just appears and he's like, Picard! and just shits on everything, doesn't understand what's going on, and then goes, poof! I'm out. I'm bored. Yep. Q from Star Trek. Excellent piece of writing. Dialogue was a little but the concept was excellent. What better thing than to deal with the problems of a demigod, since even they realize they're godlike, but you know, something made them. They have limits. But that's the old adage that any highly advanced society would be coming off as gods, and I'm pretty sure that's what drove them to write that, is they wanted to play with the idea of us meeting such advanced creatures that we would call them gods. But maybe in the 80s when this first aired, people are like, oh, they're dealing with gods. Now we've eaten so much sci-fi, it's like, your magic doesn't entice me. I may be primitive ape, but primitive ape can still kick your ass. And so, as a result, we're not impressed by your godly powers. Picard gave you the middle finger in the most polite way. I don't got time for your childish shit. Put me down. I think at one point he literally just like, yeah, put me back on my ship. Put me down. So good. And then, of course, with all good Star Trek fashion, they're like, let's write some crazy storyline. Okay, he needs a babysitter for a godchild that's throwing temper tantrums. Oh boy. Situational comedy. Everyone loves Raymond. Or do some Seinfeld bit. Yeah. Data starts doing Seinfeld with the voice changer. What's going on with all this engineering? Oh no, wait, Seinfeld's the 90s. Oh, that's probably why it's not referenced. Oh well, but that would have been good, you know. Toss in some Jerry whining about things. Yeah, I'm agreeing that he that shall not be named does appear when named. Got to be careful about that. Unless you want to summon him, then he'll come. At least we're doing a lot better now. So it's 11 o'clock, so we're at a decision point. Yeah, it's coming along nicely. Now let's see. Oh yeah, but we call him him. He only gets summoned when you use his name. I refer to him as he that shall not be named. He's like Voldemort. Oh damn. You know what the worst part about prison is? The Dementors. Prison Mike. So good. I learned so much from prison, Mike. I wonder how old he is. It's hard to tell with, the internet, and everyone has different abilities to type English because of international what have yous. And nowadays, like, even the super poor worldwide can afford the internet and use the internet. So it's not like it's Europeans, white people, um, and smart countries, unlike Canada, who has the internet. Uh, by Canada, I mean it. We only got the internet because we were like, oh, we should get the internet because it's cool, and that's pretty much the only reason our government did it. Whereas European countries were smart enough to be like, this is the future. We just went, ooh, shiny. It's like, ugh, stupid ass country. And then America made it because they're like, we gotta blow shit up and have great communication. Ah, well, we got GPS and the internet out of that, so thanks, U.S. military / universities with military funding, I believe. Um, anyways, but yeah, so with Zach, you can't tell. I can't tell if he's young and simple, or he's foreign and struggling with English, or because the English definitely betrays him. He's not got the keen communication skills there, but I can't figure out the reason for it. So I'd be curious. But yeah, maybe he did get grounded. He offered too many handies, and his parents got him. Son, you can't be giving out free hand jobs all the time. Oh, I don't. They're $5. Oh, son. Oh no. Well, I think we get 3 of them, right? Although I'm told it's cumulative, so. Or maybe we should just keep summoning him here, and eventually he'll get pissed off. Also like Beetlejuice. To find a man bear pig. Guys, I'm super cereal. He's half man, half bear pig. So good. What the hell's a dire wolf? Well, it's a wolf, but more dire. Oh, actually, you know what I'll do? When I build this AMC theater, I'll make a little alcove, and I'll just call it like Zach's. And people will ask, and I'll be like, oh, let me tell you a story. This is a story about a male prostitute. No, 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 no. I wouldn't say it's of the day. That's a little early to call that. We're not even close to 12 o'clock yet. So I drew all the support resistant lines. So we're definitely flirting with the 9. But give it some time. Gotta recharge our batteries. Although we might be doing, there's some cat ears right there, so we might be doing the cat ear drop. But that doesn't mean we're gonna fatally die. Usually there's a little drop and then you get a tail. If this is a kitty. There's the tail. The cat's facing this way. Could be. There's your chubbo cat. Yeah. Every good story needs, yeah. Well, you need to have, you have to demonize somebody, right? Got to be somebody for you to strike out and fight against. Yeah. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Ah, now I got the Brady Bunch stuck in my dumb head. Okay. So I think that's a good large size for the supply room. Walk around, get it all repaired. I'll check the broader market in a minute. Don't think it matters too much right at the moment. Okay, let's take a look. They're taking off. I've gone flat. So we should be taking off anytime now. You should be feeling that. But this is heavier. So as soon as GME fucks off, or the Dow keeps going, we should have a breakup. Excellent. Good. Keep the good times rolling. Ugh. Oof, I don't like that we have flat tops on that. Come on, give us a breakup. Do it. Do it. Do it. Odd we're going sideways. We really should be seeing up or down. Come on, what are you waiting for? Just go fly off the handles. Just embrace the PMS and go to town. It's the thinnest breakup I've ever seen. Come on. There you go. Put some NOS in there. So 9's really giving us the problem. So here we are testing it again. Now the fact that we approached it like the speed of snow, that should give us finally the ability to punch through. Oh, Yeah, it could be a wedge, yes. You could actually draw a wedge, you're right. If it goes on any longer, I would call it a wedge. The only reason I don't is because this slope is sideways. So you would have to straighten this, and then your bottom is here. Then your tops are here. So, I don't think you're gonna make it that far. You could maybe do a wedge here, but this isn't really also indecision. This is like flat. Technically, you got a wedge here, I guess, upside down. But yeah, if this was straighter, then I definitely call this a wedge. But we may even do a three kings, and then it's a channel. It's a little too early for calling it a wedge. Wedges need more indecision, but you are right. Oh, yeah. Actually, let's go see if that's a robotic flat. No, there's variance. We are still good. It's just $9 ceiling. Sweet. Okay. What did I pick up? Okay, I got a rainbow helmet, and I just got a cow helmet. I see. All right, so that's awesome. Okay. Oh, I guess I need to put a door on this. Seal it up. Slow pandas. They're like sad pandas, but slow. So that's probably a little bit of down just because we didn't show any up. Don't know why we're stalling so hard. But I'm guessing that 9 is really providing a solid resistance. Volume's picking up. The actual total volume now. We're at 25. We did 5 million in the last hour. Yeah, volume's picking up. Action's picking up. Good. GME. GME is at 4 million, so they picked up a little bit, but they're still regular speed. Dow's good. S&P's flat. NASDAQ is eh. Yeah, I don't know what's causing this little bit of lag, aside from the 9. Crown usually has a lifted middle. So if it's 3 declining tops, then you're likely to be going a channel. But see how the middle, the middle's not right. You have the middle top is lower, but you also have a declining low. And now we're going to have a low that might exceed that low to the left, which we just did. So that messes up the whole pattern. The closest thing would have been a wedge, a very tight pendant shape. So you could have said that maybe there was a pendant right here, a very tight one, and this is the breakout. Because this is the indecision, and this is it's technically undecided, but I don't know if this goes any further. That's probably likely what happened. The cat ears, because you have rising bottoms, right? But as soon as you got this guy, he breaks any hope you have for a pendant. Because a pendant generally doesn't go like this inside itself. Like it could, but generally it doesn't. So that actually might have been a pendant right there. Yeah. Yeah. Why didn't I see that earlier? Mentioned it, and I didn't see it. Oh, it's because the green is long. So if you start here, yeah, I was looking at it like a wedge, right? It's more likely this is a channel. But now that we have this data, yeah, because normally you have to have a green or something, like a solid wall. But I can see that now if you go here, here. So there was a wedge here, and that's the breakdown on the wedge. Huh. Yeah, because anytime you have indecision, which is this, and technically this, you can usually make a wedge or a pennant shape. Yeah. Sorry about that. So whoever said there was a wedge there was absolutely right. I just couldn't see it for some reason. I guess I was looking for a wedge. So I wanted a flat bottom, but there's definitely a pennant shape, which would have a flat side here. Nice. So with the breakdown, you're technically getting a crown without actually having a crown. So it'll do the same thing. It should fall to right about here. That'd be the first major support line. So looks like it's GME that's giving us the trouble. I'm just going to layer them. Alright, so we just get an idea of what's going on. Alright. I'll leave that up. Go back to welding. Here's what I want. Don't tempt it. It'll tell you. We had the same thoughts. Let's not tempt it. We want to stay as high as we can up, and then we'll build a base, and then that will give us the ability to take off. Versus what's normally happening, which is we're decaying, and then we can't get any height because we have no base and we're just falling apart, and we're not letting our dreams be dreams. Just don't let your dreams be dreams. Quality chat. Yeah. I mean, day traders are like us. They don't really have the ability to smash the market and cause chaos. It's the active investors that have a lot of money, which may or may not be day traders. They're the ones that can create the most motion. But they're here to make money, right? So if they think it's going to be an up day, they're going to get out of the way and let it do its thing. And then we'll be rich. They say, I'm rich, bitch. Oh. There's something wrong with my medical station, and I do not know what. Not transfer items. Maybe it's just because I'm using a controller. Oh my god. Took away my jetpack license. One of these is busted. So right now we're just treading water, waiting for the turnaround, which hopefully happens before 12. Or this will be the high for today, which kind of sucks. I think they up dog. What? Is that even English? What is this? A language for ants? This might be the start of a U shape. A little too early to call it, but so we had kind of a technical breakdown on that large red there. To some extent, it was more just we didn't go anywhere for long enough, so we dropped down. And now we might be getting a recovery. Now, normally after one of those like you're going too long and you collapse, the recovery is generally fairly swift because it's not like it's a slow death, slow recovery. It's just la 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 crash. Then finally the buyers are like, oh, that was dumb. And then they fix it, usually quite quickly. See if that's the case. So it won't look like a long U, it'll probably look like a V shape, closer to a V shape. But the left side and the right side will not be equal. Left side will be always much quicker. Flash crash, then stairs coming up. Oh, there it is. Couldn't find the cargo containers. Good. These are the wrong type. Oh, I see. I picked small. Oh, the cargo containers. This might go into a W if we face any resistance. Ugh. I cannot seem to find cargo containers in console mode. Found the small one. Oh. Yeah, if someone's buying in, that would be institutionals. Yeah. Yeah, if you see constant trickle in buy-in, it's usually institutionals. Because no one else has the amount to give a shit to do that. So they'll just buy in as is, like on the market. But if you're big enough, then yeah, that's what you gotta do when they come for you. Bad boys, bad boys. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? They come for you. Oh, I think I found it. Okay, so they merged it together. So I want a small cargo container, but big boy size. Got it. This it? It is it. Excellent, Smithers. So we're showing hesitation. So this might be a W coming up. Yeah, whenever you see institutionals buying in, that's always a good sign. Always. Unless, of course, you want the price to go down, I guess, and you're short selling, then it's a bad sign because building you a floor. Uh, Wanda's already gone. Wanda completely closed their entire position, but they ain't coming back. I mean, they might come back as an investment, but I don't think that's how Wanda works. Wanda was looking about taking over AMC, and then they just gave up. Well, not even gave up. They got kicked out. Yeah, exactly. That's what that's the feeling I'm getting as well. That behind the scenes, Adam was like, fuck these guys and get the fuck out. But he didn't have the power to do it. Now, with all the money we've given him, he's like, good fucking bye. And so Wanda basically took the buyout. But they were going to kick him out like, not kick Adam, kick Wanda out. That makes sense because Wanda's a predatory, it's their competition, right? But Wanda came in because they really liked the stock, which is total bullshit. They were just in to take a controlling hold, right? Yeah. I don't know any Chinese. Well, actually, it was like the Americans back in the day, but any modern Chinese company is predatory. Americans in the early 1900s, every time an American company showed up, you can pretty much guess that things are going to go bad because they're going to eat it up, take it over, exploit it, right? They've gotten a lot better now that people are less tolerant to assholiness, but the Chinese are now running that gambit. They show up, they merge, they take over, they destroy. Um, so, yeah, I mean, American companies still do that. There's still whole industries based on mergers and acquisitions. It's just not as public. But I have a good, funny feeling that's what Wanda was up to. Because why else would you support your competition if not to sink them in the long run? But then there might be antitrust and some other stuff. Although I think there is still good competitors to AMC. I think it's Regal and Cineplex or Cinemark. So they won't run into antitrust unless Wanda has controlling interests in all of them. Uh, who knows? All I know is Wanda's not letting their dreams be dreams. They're just doing it. Oh, I got it right. Nice. I'm really bad with names because they're generally irrelevant. But in this case, relevant. So this might be a sloppy W, but see how we're curving? Like it's a dome? Chances are it's not a W. So when you get a dome shape, you head back to the baseline, which is exactly what's happening right now. Then the follow-up question is, once you hit the baseline of support, is that it, or will it continue? God. I'm gonna have to go to keyboard mode because this game is having trouble. My nice couch laydown was ruined by crappy control schemes. Excuse me. Alt tab. So we're kind of following in lockstep here. Pretty neutral day so far. It's better than red. It's better than red. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because we really like the problem when you're falling to your death is you just need to have a moment where you build a floor. If you never get that chance to build a floor, it's really hard for you to turn around, because you just keep falling and falling and falling. So you just need a little bit of stand. Yeah. So this is glitched. Oh, that is cow colored. Neat. Okay. So we should find support on this line here. So we're watching to see if that plays out. Yeah. Yeah, with Vanguard, Vanguard does public stuff as well, like mutual funds. So you have to watch with Vanguard because you don't know if it's Vanguard actually doing the purchasing or it's people directing Vanguard to do the purchasing, right? It's like when people are like, oh, wow, Fidelity has got a huge position. That's all just probably retail brokers or retail investors, and then they have to buy them on behalf of them, right? Now, when it says 98% or 97% of AMC is holded by retail, I think Fidelity shows up as them being holders of it, but there's a little flag in the background that specifies who exactly. So even though Fidelity will show up, if we had more information, we could divide that and how much is institutional Fidelity and how much is retail investor Fidelity. And institutional Fidelity may include their mutual funds, which are used by retail investors, or, well, sorry, not or.
and might include their funds that are actively managed by them. So you just put money into it and they pick and choose. Whereas the mutual fund, you're technically picking and choosing because you just buy in, buy out, and the the choices don't move per se. Because there's a whole series of mutual funds. All of them are pretty shit, unless you don't know what you're doing at all in the stock market. I think mutual funds had their heyday in like the 2000s. Now they're just, I would never buy a mutual fund unless I have insane amounts of money and I don't know what to do with it or don't have the time. Then maybe, but my God, you'd have to be half dead for that to happen. Anyways, not get sidetracked on how shitty mutual funds are and how much I dislike them. Yeah, so I'm thinking we need to break down the information a little bit more. But keep that in mind if you're just looking at the data. It can be misleading. That's all I really wanted to iterate. Am I able to pull from... Yeah, okay. Everything's working fine then. Good. All right, so the storage room in the AMC Theater on Mars is coming along nicely. Yep. I need metal plates. Here they are. Okay. Just do some floor construction. It's possible. So when you have a breakdown like that, don't call it too early because you might get a pushback. So just because you broke through the line doesn't mean it's going to hold. If it holds, then yes, you're right. Just give it a second or two. This is not a survival. Well, I guess it is. This is Space Engineers. So, oops. This is the AMC Theater section. There's me as a spaceman. Space lady, actually. There's the mining and there's the original base. This is actually online, so you could technically join this server. You can find the Steam link on the Thousand Air Club. Oh, yes. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we did just break the line, yeah. Yeah, there you go. 1K daily. That's the way. I think I average generally, if my money's free, I think I average around $3,000 daily. If I'm not being aggressive, yeah, I'm probably sub $1,000. Depends on the day and how aggressive you can be. In Canada, the taxes are not bad. Taxes are only 15% on stock winnings, unless they're your only source of income. So, YOLO. It's one thing I learned: the Americans get pwned on taxes. I don't know about Europeans, but yeah, capital gains for Canadians is 15%. Because realistically, it's your money making money from nothing. Why the fuck should you be taxed about that? You know, that's all you. You're taking the risk. You're not using the roads or the health care. You're not, fuck off, you greedy bastards. So, yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. And I don't mind taxation, but yeah, taxation of stock winnings is just shitty. Unless, of course, it's your only source of income, and then you are using the roads and you are using the healthcare. Just because you don't hold a real person job doesn't mean you get to avoid taxes. So I'm game for that. Yeah. we might be doing a W. So you can see the base here. The base is about the same size here. So you might get a W. It looks like it's doing it. And then the next part of it will be here. Yeah, if that's the case. Usually with W's, the ground floor parts are about the same size. So that could possibly. So if it was or is a W, it could roll right here. It didn't. So you should get green to right about here, and that will confirm it's a W. Then at this point, it'll have a decision. If it passes this point, then you're guaranteed, for the most part, up to here, or very close to this line. So we'll see how that plays out. But then these you can play, as if you're a day trader, you can play these because they're almost guaranteed free money. Char, as I keep saying, any stock can squeeze, especially one with such large amounts of short interest. But you're gonna have to have like multiple days at 30% gains. 2% is not going to squeeze out short sellers. You know, just like 2% is not going to squeeze out long buyers. But when we're constantly 30% in the hole, everyone folds their little paper hands, right? So we need the opposite so we can squish out the paper-handed short sellers. And we probably will have to get our price up over 50? No, 50. 20. 28 will be the last number, but I think it's 16. 16, 28, somewhere around there. And that's when we'll see the most. Yeah, it's 33 in the US. But that's short-term holds. If you long-term hold in the States, they give you preferential tax treatment, right? You got to hold for a year, though. Just what I've learned from all these people talking about. Because on Reddit, everyone talks like they're American. It's like the Americans forget there's more than one country in the world. So it's always about American problems, American this. Whereas the Europeans talk like, oh yeah, you know, I don't know about you or this country, because they're so used to the whole idea that everyone's different than them. Every neighbor has a different thing. Anyways, so I learned a lot about American taxes, long story short. Oh, I dropped a little too hard there. Damn. Time on the clock, 56. Okay, you guys are 60 seconds. You're 10 seconds behind me now in the video feed. All right, that's not too bad. Yeah, I don't know what you're trying to explain to me. So in Canada, the short, we're only taxed on the money we make. So you're, oh my God, you're essentially, it doesn't matter how much money you lose, it's how much money you make. Then 15% of that. So you don't have to manage your total money. It has nothing to do with how much money is on the market. Yeah, so I don't know. and you can only write off 3K. So if you lost 23,000 the first year, in Canada it holds for 5 years. So you can write off, you can use, if you make 25 the next year, you pay no taxes because you just basically got your money back. You only pay money on the money you make. So if you just lose nothing but money on the stock market, there's no taxes. And in fact, you end up getting a deficit that you can use against when you finally make money, if you ever make money. So I don't really know the American way of doing things because it seems awfully convoluted. Just like you guys don't have Interact in the States, you don't have the ability to just easily email people money. Like, you have to download apps or use third parties, and it's just really silly. You should be able to just go, hey, other bank, take this money, without paying a $30 wire fee. But, yeah, the States got special stuff. Oh, I need to go back to my body. Apparently I had a special enhanced grinder. There we go. Oh, it's going to be a long walk home. Oh boy. Long walk home. Yeah, except your tax rate's low. Like, you pay your consumption tax is like 3%, 5%. Ours is 13. So every time you buy something, you're basically paying half the tax I pay. And then if you add up your federal Medicare and all that, you pay, I think, 5 or 6% less than we do for all of that as well. So in total, you're, I think, 12% less than me. But I know that's not completely true because there's certain states that are heavy on taxation, and they come out to being equal because they actually tax more than Canada for the Medicare federal combined crap. But they like to hide it, where Canada just comes right out of your income tax. You just get nailed straight out. 32%. Well, 20. I think it starts at 28 and goes up to 37. But that's a hell of a lot of money, You make $50,000 and they take almost 40% of it. No fun. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Now, your federal sales tax, are you talking about 10% from just the state, or are you talking about 10% state plus federal? Because if it's over 10%, Canada, it's 6 and 5. No, that wouldn't add up to 13. 6 and 6 is 12. Yeah, 6 and 7 then. Yeah. No, I'm talking about consumption tax. So when you purchase something, the tax they slap onto it. What are you looking at for that? Texas has no state tax. Okay. So in Canada, when you purchase something, you're hit with federal and state sales tax, and that comes to 13%. Our state sales tax is usually around 7, and our federal is around 6. When you pay income tax, it's both state and federal, but you basically just pay to federal and they give it to the state, or vice versa. So you just pay one and the other guy distributes it. Yeah, because the federal technically distributes the money anyway, so even if you pay the state pays the federal and the federal redistributes it a little bit. So it doesn't friggin' matter. So anyways, yeah. It doesn't matter who you're paying, really. It's the amount, right? It's the percentage. So just like stocks, it doesn't matter the share price. What matters is the percentage. Yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't really call it double dipping because you buying something, right? They're not making anything on it. If they tax the business for purchasing it, then they tax the consumer from purchasing it. But really, they're actually just taxing the business. The business has to collect the tax because they're turning a profit. So they pass that tax on to the consumer. So it's really the business being taxed, not the consumer. But we show our taxes. I think the states does as well. We show our taxes only on the bill. It's not built into the price. Whereas like friggin' China has like 50% tax, but they build it into the price, and the price is so cheap you don't know, right? And Britain with their VAT, holy fuck! You want taxation? Go to Europe. Jesus, 18% VAT on things? Like fucking blow my brains out. I'm not paying an extra 20%. Holy crap! It's like, nah, I'm not taking this value added tax. That shit's crazy. I think I remember when the UK was buying video games on Steam, and they were taking they got hit with like a 20% markup, and it's like, it's a digital fucking device. It's like, oh my god. It was so bad. Still, 9.5 is not that much, right? Like, I'm paying 13 on everything. 13. Oh, the only thing I don't pay tax on is food. And food that's necessity food. Yeah. And I think they also give, if it's under $5 and it's fast food, there's no tax on it as well. A lot of reasons why we can be stuck right now. Oh, sticky keys. I was holding shift so long that sticky keys kicked in. Mostly it's just because the market's going sideways. So we're just waiting. 12 o'clock is also lunchtime. So it tends to be slow time anyways. Yeah, that's how it is in Canada. Minus food. Well, necessity food. Clothing, shoes, shirts, computer parts, luxury foods, meat. Well, no, meat's a necessity. Packaged foods, coffee. Yeah. But see, there's Europe, right? Europe is scary when it comes to taxes, which is how America got founded. They literally said, fuck that noise. And then they decided to go rogue. And then they realized, well, maybe we actually need to tax people, but we'll give them representation. One Republican Party later, and here we are. Well, they got representation all right. Sort of. Maybe. Although the real Republican Party was that of Abraham Lincoln. The modern Republican Party, we could have a 10-year conversation on that one. That's the party of Donald Trump. Yeah. If I look at the broader market, yeah, see, we're kind of just going flat. That's completely flat. This is, a little bit of depression, but flat. GME, it's coming into a U shape. Now, if GME completes this U shape, gets back to here, then that should give us a lift. So that will let us escape as well. But we keep making these rolls, so these are not good. They're hard to escape from. But maybe. We'll just keep watching this line down here. And that should tell us what's going on in the neighborhood. No, Europe's the worst. Europe is going to be the worst for taxation. Canada's a little bit better because we learned from what the States did, which is no taxation is good to some extent, but the US went even further, like, no health care, no nothing, you're on your own, extreme capitalism. Recently now they're starting to dial it back, but that was a thing, right? That was the original idea, is that you just tend to yourself and the federal government will leave you the hell alone, but will stop you from being invaded by the British. But you run your own farms, you take care of your own communities, the government will not interfere. And then that doesn't quite work. People get sick, communities start fighting against communities, and then, it doesn't work that way. That's not how society works. So, yeah. Now, is that 49 on sales or is that 49 on income tax? 49% sales tax is fucking redonkulous. Like, you buy something and it's marked up almost 50%. Shoot me. But 50% on income isn't that bad. Because countries that have really high income tax, everything's given to you. Your healthcare is a premium, your transportation's free. So the government basically buys en masse, bringing down the prices, right? Yeah, 20% markup. That fucking sucks. Yeah. But yeah, so that's exactly how it works, right? High income tax is not that bad. High purchasing tax is annoying because you want something and all of a sudden your car is 30% more than it should be. And because it's 30% more to get the parts and it's 30%, all of a sudden your car is 10 times more expensive than somewhere else, right? But income tax, that pays for your roads and your health care and all that. So it's good to have that nice and high because then everything's free. So, yeah, Canada kind of has a hybrid model. I don't know about Europe. I'm sure some parts of Europe is hybrid. So, like, our healthcare is free, but if you want good healthcare, it's not free. There's just a tier 1 kind of setup. So, yeah, everything's free if you'll wait 8 hours or recover in a hallway instead of a bed. But if you'd like pillows, that's $50, right? So it's got a little bit of capitalism in there, but fundamentally the country won't let you die. So, yeah. I don't know about Europe, though. I think Sweden, it's all-inclusive premium. From the second you walk in, almost no wait times. But that comes with a cost, right? I'm not sick. I haven't been sick for 30 years. Why pay all that money for 30 years if I'm going to use it once or twice, right? So, I don't know. This gets into governance, and you got to draw a line somewhere. Europe goes hardcore socialist, and that's good. That's the best way to treat your people. But at some point, I would like to fend for myself, and then that's the benefits of capitalism. You don't pay for the problems of all the idiots around you. If everyone wants to drink meth and eat Tide Pods, that doesn't show up in your taxes. That's their problem, right? And then that's the American way. But then their problems become your problems when all those crazy meth heads in Florida start roaming the countryside. And so then you have to strike a balance, right? Okay, maybe I want to pay taxes if it pays for border control to keep the Florida in Florida. you know? Anyways, so that's the bigger picture. We're starting to roll. That's not good. GME, what's pulling us down? It's the Dow. Dow's fucking tanking. And we went too long sideways, so the Dow gave us the nudge, I guess. It's not going that bad, which means this shouldn't be too bad then. Yeah. Anyways. Yeah. Yeah, so the UK is doing a better version of what we're doing. yeah. In Canada, it's $500 if you're not Canadian for an ambulance ride. And it's it's $50 if you weren't dying. So if you just need a ride to the hospital, it's $50 as long as you are from that province. If you're non-Canadian, it's $500. Yeah. Yeah. The funeral's expensive. Yeah. You're right. What did my parents say? If you're gonna die, die in the woods, and so we can claim that we don't know who you are and save on the funeral. I'm like, oh, thanks, mom and dad. Okay. Oh, that undecided body. We don't know who that is. He has ID on it. It says it's your son. We don't recognize him as our son. Let the government deal with it. Oh man. What? It's the U.S. Oh yeah, it was the U.S. The guy that made the pacemaker died on the steps of a hospital because he didn't have insurance, and I think that was before. The U.S. now has laws where if you're dying, they have to treat you and they send the bill later. But they could refuse treatment back in the day, so people that didn't have money literally died. But I think that got repealed or fixed. But anyways, I'm just gonna quickly mute here. I'm gonna make some coffee while this thing still keeps dying. Alright, while that's brewing, let's take a look. I need to get like a projector so I can walk around the house and have the stocks going. So it's breaking down. And it's hard to tell if it's going to recover. I see that green went over the red, but it got pushed back. So if it went over the red, it would have had a little bit of a boost, but it didn't get enough of the boost. So that shows negativity. The Dow's climbing. Interesting. So that was probably just because we went too long in the schlong. So we just got punished. There's probably a psychological term for the overtime breakdown. I don't normally see it go flat break up. It's usually always a breakdown if you go sideways for too long. Sure, there's probably a technical term for that. But yeah, my best guess is just, you're sitting there watching the stock and you want it to make money, but it's not. So you pull your money out and put it somewhere else. Or you're fearful that it's going to go down because that's what normally happens when it goes too long. So then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy because you do remove your money, thus causing the loss that you very much was afraid of. So, and then because you do that and other people do that, it becomes a real thing that you want to get your money out if it stays there for too long. Yeah. Just like the dip. The dip is caused by, and Friday sell-offs, the same thing. People rushing to beat the other person and they end up willing something into existence. Okay, so even though the Dow was recovering while I was getting the coffee, yeah, that could have been the Dow dragging us down. I'll put the Dow up here as well. There we go. And I'll put this one in its own pane. There, and we can watch all of them without the flipping and flopping. With the flippy floppies, riding a dolphin, getting shit and all wet. Yeah. Ooh, a FINRA license. Well done. Yeah. They need brokers. Brokers make so much money for a company. So if you're good at what you do, yeah, that's an easy. Yeah, that's how you do it. That's the financial life. You got it. You work at a bank, get your licenses, and then you bail. Even they know it, but that's the cycle of their life. They bring in fresh blood and repeat the process. Yeah. That's good. Yeah, it's quite good. You're not letting your dreams be dreams. You're just doing it. Yeah, I should get my financial license here, but I think for me to do that, I would have to work at a bank for a minimum of 4 years. And I'm like, I fucking don't want to go do customer service for 4 years. So it's like, when I can just trade stocks by myself. But if I was licensed, then I can get discounts and professional stuff. Oh, the cost is not a problem. You have to clock like so many hours. It takes like 4 years before they'll give you a license. I think you can write your first license for mutual funds immediately. But you have to clock 4 years for your final license. Sweet. We're collecting intelligent people here. And I'm just a lowly software developer that tries to make the world a better place. And I'm just trading stocks now until my fucking insurance gets signed. Because I need well, I don't need it. I just want to buy random shit. And I don't want to use my principal. So I'm back on the market. Till my free money comes in. Yeah, that's cool. We got an eclectic version of highly skilled individuals here. It beats the normal gaming crowd, which are McDonald's workers and people without lives that I'm normally used to. We broke 9 cents. Nice. Wow, Dodge is taking off right now. Let's take a look. It's up 27%. Not bad. So it's been on a steady climb. But yeah, it's been on a steady climb since the start. Let's go back a year. So it's already been to 9 before, back in February. So it's going for round 2. So it just completed the U shape just now, actually. Yeah. You could have argued it completed it 2 days ago. And then instead of rolling, it broke out. That's pretty good. So that's relatively healthy. So it probably will continue its breakout. They'll have to pay for this surge a little bit, but then it'll be good to go. Some more. Not bad. Architecture is great. Yeah, you can join this space engineers and fucking design the theater. I like base design. Anything military is my forte, just because I've spent so much time as a kid with video games, and I do work for defense now as a result. Since I can talk the lingo and walk the walk. But yeah, base design. It's fun. There's something very primal about setting up your empire, building your walls, protecting the things you own. It feeds that primal part. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm basically Minecrafting an AMC theater in space right now. Just got the got the engineering room up. And I'll figure out the lobby, yeah, and whatever placement, concession stand. Yep. You'd love, if you haven't played it, Supreme Commander. That game is excellent at turtling. One of the best RTS games ever made. Unless you like action RTS like Company of Heroes. But Supreme Commander is just fucking great. Absolutely great. Number 2, garbage. Number 1, so good. Yeah, the forest is good. I really like Green Hell. That's a nice experience. Amazon base building, but you're really just base building to support your survival, and then you explore based on little encampments, and you build outposts to basically move around the jungle safely, because the jungle's just full of garbage. Like it's trying to kill you every step of the way. And that's kind of the fun of it. It's the Amazon is very inhospitable to humans. The amount of disease and flies and tunneling worms, and you break a leg, infections immediate. So because there's humidity, so it's like Liam. Well, I'm glad I've collected retards amongst these elite. I got alpha tards. Oh man. Oh, oh, that's why. Okay, good. Just that. That's good. It takes all walks of life to be a village, you know. Good times. May I recommend industrial strength antidepressants? All right. Oh, actually, I don't have to fly all the way back now. I can just go here. That's why I built this. I can get supplies. There we go. And some reason it will not let me. We out of steel plates? Good thing I hit the take my helmet off key. That was smart. Oh, I used up all the steel plates. Man, I've been a busy beaver. All right. That's why I always did poorly in school, but I passed all my exams and I aced every project because, yeah, real school is not for creative minds. It's just to drill in information, and I couldn't get with the program. It's not how I work. So school was never hard. It was just I never did any assignments because they were beneath me or stupid or whatever. You know, I want to fix the world, and going to school just sets you up to work for somebody, right? Now that I'm older, I may go back to learn things that I care about because it is structured learning. So it does take some of the effort out of it. You just kind of coast through, do the assignments. But then at that point, why are you paying so much money when you could just teach yourself? And so, like, I taught myself JavaScript, web programming, web services, AWS, and all that. And I mean, it's not terribly difficult. You just sit down and fucking plow through it. I learned stocks. You learn it, practice it, reinforce good behavior, rinse, repeat. Saved myself a shit ton of money. Um, but yeah, I think if I had little tykes, you know, it's yeah, send them to college, but I think I would give them like 1 or 2 years to just try out fake working or travel or something. going right from high school to college was, I wouldn't say stupid, but it was not the best way in hindsight. You just don't have the knowledge of the world to know what you want. So other people just decide for you, and it's, not great. But we are a stock channel, not a parenting, child rearing channel, so that large topic can probably go to the wayside, but I definitely feel your pain about the complexity of the value of a school. And I think even schools struggle with that. They're trying to make sure that they are valuable, and most of the time they're not. But they have to continue as a business, so they have to figure out a way to provide value. But I've had teachers that are so fucking great, like they're worth every fucking penny. And then you have teachers that are like, a hobo literally does what you do. So, yeah. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's a lot of it too. If you don't know what you want out of it, then how do you measure if it's good or bad? So like stocks, how do you measure if stocks are good or bad? Well, I make a lot of money out of it based on my skill level. Okay, so it's easy to qualify, right? But with schooling, it's like, I'm here because I have to be. Please kill me. And like, right. So it's, yeah. It's an interesting dichotomy, I guess. Yeah. Why am I not? Sorry, I'm trying to figure out why my inventory is all messed up. There's something wrong. I'm not seeing the entire base. Yeah, but yeah, we're not going anywhere fast here. Dow's kind of trickling down. GME's kind of had a bit of a hiccup. NASDAQ and S&P are sideways. So not too bad, but kind of killed our high. We'll probably see an uptick in the next 20 minutes, though. Coming up on 1 o'clock. Yeah, I kind of like that. If you basically go to school, it's free as long as you stay in it. We have that for natives and I think poor people in Canada. That's valid. But if you make any money, you basically are on your own. So it goes full capitalist. You pay your own way. Now, up to high school is free, and even subsidized if you're poor, like clothing and uniforms if they have it. But higher education, if you will, is all on you. They run like a business, and you pay as you go. Yeah, and that's the same with me. I got a degree in video game development, and I went into the recession. 2008 recession is when I graduated, and so yeah, that career is worth nothing because unlike other careers, right, in the video game industry, all they did is fired everyone and then hired them back at half price. So why would you take a rookie when you could get that veteran at half price? And that really pooched the wagon for all of us graduating that year. Although a lot of my friends now are working in their respected field, especially the ones that really love video games, or the ones that could speak French. They got jobs in the tighter, or the market has less manpower because who the hell wants to speak French? So they got the jobs with Ubisoft and they got the jobs with the little companies in Montreal. So the English speaking, I think maybe a quarter of the people I know got jobs. I would say half of us got programming jobs, if not more. So we at least did something with it. But yeah, only a fraction of us actually landed in the actual industry. Yeah. Well, I don't really care. I needed to do something, and I originally took software development, but they were teaching me software that was relevant to the businesses in Ottawa. And because it's a government town, I was learning COBOL and stuff that was like from the 80s and the 40s and the birth basic, original Linux. So like the stuff that was the first days of computers and then the early tech boom before we got the real stuff. So I'm like, I was born in 87 and the stuff that I'm learning predates my existence. And the internet predates this stuff. So it's like, holy fuck, can we just get stuff that's a little more modern? And so it was just like killing me. I couldn't do it. Original C is absolutely fucking garbage. C++, put a fucking library in there, just a basic library. I shouldn't have to rewrite, the most basic code that is so basic. But no, that's what they use. Anyways, so when I graduated, I later found out that COBOL, you get about 100K a year because no one else wants to learn it too because it's so shitty. And I'm like, oh. But I think I'd just kill myself. Like I would be working that job, getting paid a lot, but it would be garbage and I would hate it every day. So I went off and chased my dream a little before I got sick. And now I'm building software for good, if you will. Like it's so easy to modernize a city, smart cities. Europe's doing a great job, and Canada's just like, we can't fucking figure out how to get a street light to change colors. Like it's like 2 seconds worth of programming, but they struggle with it. They're using technology from the 50s, the 60s. The police like still dispatch each other by using like radios and punching it into the computer. It's like, fuck, I have video games that have more sophistication than an entire city. It's like, oh my god. So anyways, that kind of stupidity really got me going with like, well, if we just turn this more like a video game, if I click a button and then the police officer gets a message, wow, look at how much money we could save with like a week's worth of programming. So that's kind of where I am now, in between trading stocks or now waiting for them to recover. Yeah. Oh my god. C++ is great. I love C++. Absolute power. But, you gotta at least put in the standard lib or math functions. Like, if not, you're writing the most basic fucking shit, which I've done. When they start you off in my course, they make you write the basics. So you're basically writing the standard library. Then you find out the standard library exists, and then you go, give me that shit. Yeah. But it's good that they don't give you the easy way first. You end up writing like management functions and, management classes, helper classes. And especially for video games, you need a lot of helper classes because there's no standard library for gaming. So you have to build a whole bunch of personal libraries to handle the nitty gritty and to try to abstract it And the more you can abstract it, you basically build a game engine, and then you build your game on top of the game engine. So actually, that's what I did. I got smart earlier in the course, so I ended up building a game engine that was repeatable, and I kept working on it. So whenever we had assignments all throughout the 3-year course, I would just keep using my game engine to solve the assignments because it was already done. So I bring in my thing, I spawn things, I use like a class that gets attached to the class, so I inherit in the properties to an empty unit. So if I have to do something, I just basically just attach the properties to the shell. But the loading, the delisting, the memory management, the object management, that's all handled by the engine. So yeah, no, I saved a lot of time, but that was the whole point. That's what they were trying to teach you. I just, wanted to save time, and that's the beauty of programming. You can be so fucking lazy, and then the laziness literally pays for itself. It's like, well, why write it when I could just throw it through a loop? That's the stuff. C++ is amazing. Yeah, I love C++. I wish I could have continued with C++. I would code it till I die. Like, C# is beautiful because it's so fast and easy, but it's like training wheels. You're given everything up front, and all you have to do is go dot this, dot that, dot run, dot. It's so abstracted for you. But when you really want to do something, it's like, nope, sorry, can't do that. Garbage collection, no memory management, suck a big 11111. With C++, you just go, well, fuck you, and just go and do it. Nothing's stopping you except for CPU exit codes, and the physical OS may attack you if you go too hardcore. But it's so good. So fucking good. But C++ at the time couldn't do web. And it basically, everything's gone web, right? Everything went mobile. So in 2008, there was a big move away because, it's just not intelligent to build your own engine when there's Unity, which just came out, and then the Unreal Engine just came out with the 3rd edition. Yeah, 2008 was Unreal 3. So, yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But they needed to teach you the basics in case you decided to roll your own. Like, I could probably make this game right here, this Space Engineers game. I could probably code that in C++. The voxel ground I wouldn't know how to do, but the grid-based object texturing, that's primitive as shit. Like, I can even do that just with DirectX shaders and all that. That's easy. Flying's easy. Inventory's easy. Deciding on this menu would probably be a chore, but also super fucking easy. I just don't know. The voxel train is pretty impressive. I know what they're doing is they're shrinking the voxels. So there's like a mesh layer here, and as you drill into the mesh, it's pulling the mesh together. And my guess is there's a bigger mesh that basically reduces CPU time. And so when you touch a mesh, it ends up making it more detailed. But then if you don't touch it, it ends up relaxing into a bigger mesh, thus saving on polys and pixels, right? Let's just take a look at the stock. Okay, so we're still declining, but so is GME, and so is the Dow. So we're basically just moving with the market. Our volume is still steady. We're at 30 million now. So, and yes, yeah, at least we're not. So as much as we're trending with the market, that's fine. It's when we don't trend with the market and we sink and they're not sinking, that's dangerous because something's wrong. So it does suck that we're going down, but we're not going down for air quote bad reasons. So that's good at least. No real cause to worry. But at least we got some height before the afternoon. So if we burn off, it's going to be like -1 versus -5. So that's good. and shows that there's still life in the stock. So that's good too. You'll have a little bit of kicks before it finally takes off. But if you have no kicks, there's no, as I was saying, you can't build a floor, so there's no chance it's going to take off. If it's just going down, 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 it's not going to stop until something stops it. So this little kick is like a bump in the road. That's going to give us the ability to start to turn the ship around, hopefully. So unless this is a mound and we do a slow burn off back to 830, if we do that, then we're in a lot more trouble. But at least we have some height. So that's the one upside here. Yeah. You're still thinking that huge, you're still banking on a huge pennant. Let's take out GME so I can see. Yeah, I mean, maybe we could investigate that. Let's see. So if that pennant is true, this is if it's a wedge. And if it's not a wedge, let's just do that. So that's not true, or we would have had a breakdown. If we attach it here, we would have had a breakdown as well by now. Here, same thing. So for this to be true, it has to be at least here, which let's just arbitrarily place this. So we could place it tight. The top is good, but the bottom is not. Now, if we go back to what we were talking about yesterday, and we look at the timeline, right? And we adjust this so that it's 30 by December. Okay, so this is 30 by January. So there's our growth line, if you will. So that's the AMC's core growing. So yesterday we broke through that core. So even if that, and you can see that kind of lines up when we did the math yesterday, there's about a 15% bubble between the line and the stock. So even if we do that, so what's that? We broke through the bottom. We should see a huge crash, right? So today should be big red, or tomorrow would be big red. And then if this is just that's us going down, and this is the breakout, then this is the daily chart. So tomorrow would tell us if it's going to commit to going down. And if that's the case, then we will have a crown, a really crappy crown. So if we have a big red day tomorrow, then I'll probably have to reduce my position because we'll be heading back down to 5 most likely. Because we should have seen the uptick, and we're not seeing the uptick, and I'm still feeling the uptick. But if the market decides that I'm wrong, then I'm not going to stand in its way, right? But then that's when I will start to worry, and I'll tell you guys. But yeah, I don't know how to make this pennant work. Yeah, and then this piece doesn't really count. So even if we just go with this piece, right, then we should have had a breakout, sooner. And if we drag this one, or well, like we do that, it's going along the top, but we should have had our vertical breakout from that one. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know really how to call this one because it's kind of between spots. But I'm still, I would say, mostly confident that we're in a U shape. So we're going to see big green, and then some red, green, red, huge green, red kind of deal. Anyways, that's my thoughts. But if you have the magic answers, you can post them on the Thousand Air group, and we can. Oh, there's the thing I was looking for. The forecast. There we go. So that's what I wanted to find a while ago. So in 15 days or so, probably be the absolute max. And I would have expected this. So yeah, I wanted to see a recovery, a U shape that's like this. That's what I'm looking for. So by now I was expecting that kind of curve. Now I'm looking at probably this kind of curve. Because if we take this, I was basing it off of, what the fuck? Failure? Success. Okay. Oh, I see. If it lands on a red. So I was looking at this as, there's 8 days from the midpoint. So if that was the midpoint, right? Look at the height. It's about the same as this guy here. So we could keep dragging this out, but we're looking at a 30% swing as soon as it fucking figures out where it's going to go up. And chances are, if it does go up from down here, we will stop at the 30% mark, and then we'll gain our steam to go back to the 14 like I was talking about weeks ago. Because I don't think we're going to go right to 14. I think there's going to be some hesitation. It'll need a breather, and then we'll be ready to rock. But yeah. Can I just do this? Yeah. So there's a proper curve. So if we slide that over, so we might be in the middle of the curve now, but I was definitely feeling like the curve should have been like this, a lot tighter, more in line with this guy, which was our previous worst curve. So I could just take this guy and drag him over here. So yeah, see, we should have been free. Like I've been saying any day now for multiple days, that's why. But I think it's going to drag out. So we're looking at something like this, and our bottom is now here. So let's just drag these up and drag this down. So that's a little bit more accurate. Yeah, actually, we could even do this. That's a little more accurate. So that's why, like yesterday, I was like, for the last 2 days, we should be seeing the shoulder, right? But as noted, right, if this is indeed a U-shape, right, this is the failure point on a U-shape, right? So if we don't see a good day today or tomorrow, then that could have been the failure on the U-shape. Especially if we start breaking new lows, then that's our warning sign that this has failed. Because we should be going up the edge, right? And if this was a U-shape and it was tighter, that could have been the failure there, and we're just seeing the results of it. But I would have expected a more extreme fail on the U-shape. So we'll see how it plays out, but it's too early to tell where we are in the grand scheme of things. But that's something even though I'm not mentioning it every 10 seconds, that's what I'm watching on the side here. But I do like we show some life from time to time. It's good. So I don't think we're really tanking, but who knows? Yeah. Yeah, Head and Shoulders is part of the Mountain family of technical analysis. Oh yeah, to post images, you just drag them in. It doesn't let you post images, but you drag them into your post and it will do it. It uploads them for you. Yeah. So that's basically what I'm saying in different words, etc. So I'm not using head and shoulder terms, but essentially, yes. A head and shoulders is what I refer to as a crown. And then basically, if you pass the shoulder on the second one, then you collapse back down because, for psychological reasons, the buyers are all hitting. They're all starting to lose money, right? But anyways, yeah, yeah, whatever term you use. But yeah, I call it a crown. It helps people understand it. Oh, damn it. Stop rolling. Stop rolling. God. There, I need to push this button. There we go. Yay, I got badger gloves. Sweet. Um, let's zoom in here. It'll be hard for you guys to see. Not too bad. I'll put AMC or GME back up. Okay. Ooh, enhanced grinding action. Whoa, it's so much faster. Good enough. Okay, let's just take a quick gander. Dow's still going, Nasdaq's still going. ENF is robotically flat. If you ever see a stock like this, I don't know about ENF, but generally if you see a normal stock like this is robots. They're basically refusing to let it go over a certain price. So you get a ultra flat, nothing breaks through. And if it does break through, it'll never stop there. You'll get a stick, if that, and then it'll be pushed back immediately. Much like what happened when we were at 14. That was definitely a robot. Or you can also call it by what it is properly, which was a controlled sell-off by a big major. But they probably used a robot, not a human, because a human would be too slow. Yeah. Oh, looks like another sandstorm's a coming. How do I consume space credits? And that's good. No volume commitment though. We need to see some volume before we can consider this a breakout. Still better than going sideways. Hacksaw Ridge. What did Napoleon say? Something about, oh yeah, a cowardly leader will find nothing but failure, whereas if you look to always trying to succeed, even if the situation is dire, then there's a chance that you'll find your star, I think is what he called it. And there's always a chance you can pull your ass out of it. So yeah, if you're gonna go down sinking, you might as well go down swinging. And there's always a chance. And then that kind of plays into, if you're not educated enough to know what's going on, the situation might have been in your favor. You might actually be winning, but you just don't see it. So don't give up early. And the counter to that is, don't be so stupid that you basically commit all your troops and all your resources and your life to an unwinnable situation. But yeah, that's the whole judgment thing. But yeah, there's nothing I can do here. It's looking good though. That's a nice volume bump. See if it follows through though. Hard to tell. Just looking at the last 2 hours. So the volume's ramped a few times pretty good. The sellers have countered moderately, but not heavily. We should definitely be doing a lot better for the amount of green volume. But my guess is most of that green volume is both buyers and sellers. Or since we're going down, you can say it's sellers with a lot of buyers countering the sellers. At least more than 50% so that it turns green. So, but the volume is low, so it's not like we have a big fight going on. We just have the intensity of the fight has gone up, but we still have not a lot of people. Thus, the overall volume of bullets in the air is low. Oh, GME just spiked up. see if we follow suit. Did someone see a Reddit post, huh? A happy Reddit post? And nothing for us. Sad King Pandas. It's like watching a car crash in slow motion. Yep. Well, people are selling AMC, but I get you. I get you, Dr. Overkill. No one is selling. No one at all is selling. All this red, it's fake news. No. People are selling. Just maybe not in extreme quantities. Because that's not all short sellers taking on positions. People sell all the time, no matter what people say. Hell, I sell all the time. And I've been with this stock for 2 months now. Since January something. If I'm gonna make a shirt, it's gonna be $5 foot schlongs or schlonglongs. I'm getting that made, and then I'm just gonna wear it around, and on the back it says "Classy AF." That's my brand name. I'm sorry, I'm classy as fuck. Sorry, you can't handle that. Get some American bravado. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm just too cool for you. Oh, yeah. Yeah, my greatness. Sorry about that. Ah, so good. Speaking of American bravado, I just watched In the Line of Fire again. Man, Clint Eastwood must be like near death. The guy was like old in 1991. And he must be hella old if he's still alive. But that's what that was. Okay. Yeah, that would make sense. Belfort. He must just be watching the stocks and it's like, let's see if I have any impact on the stocks. Makes cryptic tweet. Yep. Still got it. Like the dude knows how to pump. But I'm guessing he's just going to try to make sure he doesn't get charged. Is the guy even allowed to trade on the stock market anymore? Normally when you get convicted, you have a 10-year ban. But he probably got hardcore convicted, so he might have a perma ban from trading on the market. I think they usually give you a 5-year timeout. I think 3 or 5-year timeout or something for any type of major violation. But yeah, he might have the special lifetime. You can't play on this casino. Oh, nice. My Tendy pants are trending. Yeah. Yeah, well. That's how it works on Reddit. They have the memory of collective memory of a goldfish. Yeah. But also too, it's not the same person, right? That's community sentiment. So you got one guy complaining and then he goes quiet and another guy complains in the other direction. So it's two different people. But yeah, the point is how quickly the turntables, I agree. Community sentiment just flies all over the place. You have too many competing voices. And as a result, it's just silly billies all over the place. Yeah. 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 Well, that's pretty much how you would do it. You might be banned from the stock market, but you're not banned from public speaking. And if you happen to sit in a room and do a whole bunch of public speaking and someone's just trading based on what you're doing, that's enough arm's reach, right? So, yeah. There's ways around the law. You're just not allowed to push the buttons anymore. Oh, actually, let's make this the emergency exit door. We better make our space station up to fire code. We don't want anybody dying here. Yeah, insane, eh? But he's lost, or DFV as he's more affectionately known when they are able to use his proper name. Yeah, that guy went up to. I remember seeing the Wall Street Bets post. That's where I first started before I went over to AMC Stock and got myself banned for stupid reasons. I would still be on Wall Street Bets, but it was just like they're having all these political problems and the moderators are fighting each other, and it's like, oh man, I don't need the drama. It's like MySpace fights all over again. So, anyways, I'll probably be back on there once this all kind of cools down, because there was a lot of smart people on that, and that was kind of cool. Getting their perspective, seeing, how people are playing. It's good to see. Yep, deep fucking value. Yep. But anyways, yeah, he posted and it was 46 million, I think, but it was unrealized earnings. And I think he pulled the plug at 40 million, I was told, or he rode it all the way to the bottom. I don't know. There's conflicting stories. He's like, I'm not selling, and then, of course he fucking sold, right? Because who the hell is going to let it go back down to zero? The once in a lifetime chance. So, yeah. Oh, he probably has, if not already. Yeah. Yeah, anyways, it's Reddit channels are kind of pissy. All right. At least we have a fire exit door now. Safety first on AMC theaters in space, in case there's a space fire. Okay, so this is like the hallway. This will take you down to the theater rooms, which will be this blue thing, I think. We'll figure that out. Okay, so it's going to be the lobby, and we'll put the front door, maximizing space to the side of the theater. I think. I can technically put two theaters side by side. It's easier because then they can have a split wall. So if I do that, then I would want to have the concession and stuff to here. But that's a long friggin' walk to your theater. But theaters are known for their long walks. They put theater to theater on either side of a rectangle, and then the entrance is kind of here. We'll see. Yeah. But then if he exercises, right, and the shares are low and the shares are heading to zero, okay. So what is he expecting? A rebound, right? Like, so it's all a matter of, is it going to go up or is it going to go down? So he would be stupid to let them expire, obviously, but
he's going to exercise them and then sell them immediately, or he's going to exercise them and hold them. There's no point in expiring them to zero unless they're not in the money, and then they're worth nothing anyways. But like, why would you pay extra money to buy them at a higher price, right? If that's the kind of options he has. So, well, I mean, you can technically let options expire in the money, but I guess they automatically. I don't know how the system works, but you could technically, I guess, refuse options. But why would you ever do that, right? So they probably just automatically roll into your account. They don't even give you the choice. No, you can't? Okay. Yeah. Because technically the option gives you the option, right? There's no obligation to actually buy. So I was under the impression you could let them go. Maybe it's a brokerage thing. Okay. Okay. But I wonder if you're rolling on your own accord, whether, like, say if you're using interactive brokers or something that's a lot more hands off, I wonder if you can choose to just waste money if you want to. Yeah. Because literally their name gives you the option. So it'd be kind of weird if you were forced, even though it's a good position. But of course, what you can do and what your brokerage lets you do is completely different. So, well, yeah, he's got great intrinsic value because he bought them in at like what, 12 cents? Or sorry, not 12 cents, sorry. What was his original buy-in price? Like a strike price of 12? I don't know where he got in. 11, 10, 9. So yeah, you got crazy intrinsic value. So, it all boils to whatever tactic you're going for. So he either sells them directly to the market, lets it go down lower, buys back in. If you can't let them expire meaningless, we'll just take that out of the conversation then. So he's just going to either keep them or sell them. It's really his options. Some extent. You do have less money now because of whatever it's called. The stimulus checks are done, right? So there's less funny money. And as the stock price goes down, people can't buy on margin because they're not making money off their stock. Crap, I'm gonna run out of shit. Yeah. So the long story short is, yeah, they're basically out of money, but probably not for the reasons
one might think. Wow, my body got thrown far. Yeah, but as things turn around, you'll get a cash injection from institutionals, but we're still waiting on that upswing. But it looks like Belfort's post caused a spike, and it's already over. Back to where it was. Nobody cares. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, no one here is selling. It's just more of, more waiting, right? But yeah, no one here is worried. It's just gonna do what it's gonna do. And the bad man comes for you. Bad boys, bad boys. What ya gonna do? What ya gonna do? When the tendy man comes for you. Yeah, that sounds like options. What is it? You're not from around here. Yeah. Options are the closest thing you can do as gambling on the stock market. So I have no love for option traders. I mean, it's valid tactic, but it's like your risks, your losses, have fun. When people are all up, they're like, my calls. It's like, well, fuck, man. Guess better then. But it's all good. What's D-Dog? Data Dog? Uh, oops. I would say it's overhyped. So the stock is, let's say, worth this, maybe this with hype, and then all of this basically is then garbage on top. And so this could easily just right back down to 60-40. Because looking at the earnings, the company is pretty fucking doing not so great. They're either heavily diluted or they're not doing so good. So unless you know more about the company, it looks like this here hasn't been paid for, which means as soon as it gets into this territory, so if this goes down to 71, you're looking at a drop to 44. Easy. So do be careful. But it's all good. I mean, I'm not right all the time. I'm just giving you my opinion. Yeah. Yeah, I'm hardly right. Well, I would say I'm hardly right, but do take what I say with a grain of salt. You know, use your own judgment. Um, yeah, no, it's all good, Eric. It's all good. And for all I know, there's historical reasons for all of that, right? So it could be, you could be absolutely right. Um, you know, but I just did a quick due diligence, so I have to go all the way back to the beginning because if I don't, then I might say something stupid like, "Hey, everything's great," and then you're like, "Okay," and then I'm like, "Oh shit." So, just in case you were thinking of buying it, just wanted to give you my 2 cents. Okay, so here is the theater room. Okay, and then the hallway. So then I guess we'll put a space door here. Okay. Yeah. uh, that's what I've always said. It's like, what if you win the lottery? What are you going to do? And I'm like, oh, it's going all on the market without a doubt. Because it's like, oh my God, the amount of money you can make, even if you're playing super defensively. If I had $1 million, oh my God, I'd be printing like my salary weekly. Because AMC is going to recover. So even if I fucked up, if I made a $1 million fuck up on AMC, it's going to be 30 probably by year end. So I'm still going to get 3 times $1 million at some point during this year. Can you wait for it? Fuck, I can. I'll just go ride on my yacht. You know, just set an alert. Oh, by the way, you're a 3 millionaire now. Oh, cool. Like, uh, that would be so fucking good. My God, doubling $1 million. And then if you suck, like I can't double my money yearly. I get close sometimes, but I generally end up around 60% because I make, stupid mistakes. So even if you're making 48 to 68% a year on a million, it's like, oi. Though the government would swoop in at that point because that's clearly your primary source of income. But, oh man, that'd be so good. I can't wait. Who is Gary Gisner? Bring us newbies up to speed here. Yeah. Oh, it's all good. If you hated my opinion, I figure you would just take off. So I'll give it no matter what. Because, yeah, this channel is a little bit of a learning, excuse me, learning channel. Like, I'm learning my voice likes to crack a lot. Oh. Hey there. Welcome to the Krusty Krab. Or no, Krusty Burger. Oh. So do you have any background bio info on... oh, it's Marshall. I thought we got rid of that guy. No. No tendies yet. Looking like tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, Cameron just showed up at the same time. Tesla was on a pivot point earlier today, so maybe they broke through. Just Elon tweets. No, Marshall. I sent a couple of assassins, and clearly they failed. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna get a good person in the SEC area. Yeah. And I just need a tweet that's like, check out this YouTube channel. This guy's the shits. And boom. I'm sure he's going to play it that way as well because, you know, it's Biden, right? He's not going to be... Is this Biden appointed, or at least his administration? They're not going to pick a guy that's like Republican Wall Street kind of deal. And as much as like modern Republicans bash Wall Street, 90% of their policies benefit Wall Street. So it's like they demonize the big banks, but they're the ones that they're supporting the most. So it's, it's just so stupid. Yes, Marshall. I'm very genuinely Canadian. I wish you a long and productive life for the next 30 minutes of your existence. And I hope nothing but happiness comes to you, like a Mack truck just hitting you in the face and running over you multiple times. I wish joy to you like that. I want that joy to hit you at 140 kilometers an hour while you're crossing the street and having a great day. That's the best I could do to being passive aggressive on the spot. Yeah. All right. Theater's coming along. Okay, I'll just get a sense of... That's a pretty decent theater. Might have to lift the roof up. We'll get a sense of scale later. I already had to rebuild it once just because the scale was off. Okay. So, just going to put a block on the ground so I can figure out where the walls are. Okay, here we go. Good. So, this is the hallway. First theater on the right. And then I could put washrooms down here. Good job, Backstop. You're still working on your emails? I finally responded to Grandma. She's been dead for like 6 years. Anyways. Oof. Big oof. Yeah, I forget, I was watching a TikTok, and so this lady's teaching her grandma how to use a phone. So she gets her to call a friend, and her friend died. She's like, oh, she died. Like, it's like, oh, shit. That sucks. Yep. It's like, so grim.
Yeah, you can go use Facebook and find all your friends. Oh, most of them are dead. Well, maybe Facebook's not for you, Grim. Shit, that's grim. Okay, this will be the manager's office, so Karen can have a chat with the manager. Okay. Oh, this is going to be a tight, like tiger office. Oh yeah, if you post from your phone, you can upload easier photos, and then if it's a computer, you have to drag it. Oh, there was a big sneeze. So we're completing a U shape now. So now we've so remember earlier it was like we possibly are in the corner of the macro U, and that's the point where you could roll. But now that we've cleared it, we're now the halfway spot. So now we're at indecision halfway. If we pass the halfway, then we're going up to 887, and we'll be on our merry way, because that's how U's work. So it's a little too small of a U to really play, but maybe. Maybe there's something in there. I don't know how much money you guys have. I presume you're all broke, so 0. But playing the pennies is doable if you're filthy rich. Okay. So how big's the theater? Because we have to have double showings. So theater is 1, 2, 3, 4 squares wide, but we don't know if that's good yet. So no point buying a second theater. Or building, I should say. So if this is the doorway in, so 1, 1, and 4. So 1, wall, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. Wall, 1, 2, 3, 4, go. Okay, so that would be a second theater. Oops. This is the doorway. Just mock it up visually. So if this is the manager's office, the entrance of the building would be over here. Or the entrance could be here, and the theater could be facing the front. Or actually the entrance could be over here. Gotta figure out how to condense space. Real estate isn't always moneymaker either. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Real estate tends to go up because of the scarcity of land and whatever. But then if your country goes down the shitter, your real estate goes with it because nobody wants to live there, right? So it's true for Europe. It's true for a bit of the United States until your town ends up being poisoned by well fracking. Yeah, so it's partially true. I think the best play right now is probably betting on human existence going down the shitter. So energy crisis, food shortages, shipping crisis, oil crisis, warfare. You know at some point humans are going to duke it out. At some point we're going to have troubles making food for a brief period of time. Then we'll figure out better ways to do it, but that short period of time will be a squeeze. So that's the way to go. I know all Americans always talk about like the world, but it turns out it's just the United States. I just had this conversation earlier. Yeah. Where like I preface the fact I'm from Canada, and Europeans do as well. They'll say in the UK, right? But Americans, they just start talking. Well, it's like this everywhere in the United States. And that's not even usually true. I'm on to you. I'm on to you guys. Uh, mm. Holy crap. What is this thing withdrawing? I want this one. Oh, we just had a sudden spike. Oh, where's my volume? I didn't realize my volume got destroyed. Oh, wrong one. Ah, look at that. That's about the same size as our big fish, though. So our volume's just been piss. Well, it hasn't been completely piss. The auto-adjusting chart. But that was a bit of a bump. Well, the Dow's recovering. So perhaps everything's getting better. Interesting. Yeah, it's too much too quick. It should probably find support here. But that's at least showing some love. Good, good, good. Yeah, so it pretty much found support there. That's good. So now, what the? Oh, that's the planet. Now the question is it going to be able to push up and over? And it looks like it's curving. No, I used to display the positions at the bottom here, but we're trading stocks, not options, right? So we don't go like calls and puts and long distance, whatever, right? Almost everybody here is buy, sell. So it's just when you bought in, right? And it doesn't change much. So, but no. Plus,
what they do and what I do is different. So most of them are much more private than I am. I pretty much don't care. When I get my money back, I'll post my positions where this game is currently. It's usually what I do, just so that people can follow along. But right now, my positions are 60,000 or 4,200 shares at $14-ish average, which is a garbage position now, but dem the brakes. Yeah, yeah. Ah, another dick pic. Oh well. Price of doing a YouTube channel, I guess. Ooh, some foot pics. That's going up on my OnlyFans. Oh yeah, no, we don't have a Discord. There's really no point. I made a subreddit so you can just post images and stuff, because once this is over, there's no way to get a hold of each other. So the subreddit at least allows us to post stuff that, and then it's just the live chat in here or on Discord, if that's your jam. Yeah, if we weren't banned on the, or if I wasn't banned on the AMC Stock subreddit, I'd be using that. But those buggers bans me, so I am here doing my own thing. Where's the door? Oh, there it is. Okay. 10K possible for AMC? As an actual share price? No. Fundamental price? Maybe. But I would say 10K is pretty high up there. Oh, I got nailed because they were having moderator issues. So they were deciding their rules every other day. And because I was one of the most like vocal and big people, I got nailed when they decided that there's no posting of YouTube links. So I got hit with that. Meanwhile, now they post trades like every day, and the rules have changed again. So, and I got a perma ban on first warning, because that's what you do. You ban someone permanently. Anyways, so dem the brakes. But it's alright, it's someone's subreddit, it's nothing important. It's run by a little group of people. I got bigger things to do, like build AMC on Mars. And fix cities when my health gets better. It's gonna be nice when the doctors finally fucking figure out what's wrong with me. Then won't be trading stocks, at least not actively, and then I'll be able to go out and kick people in the face. Be like, you, politician, boot kick. You, big business person exploiting workers, kick. You, unfunctioning transit system, double kick to the face. Scissor kick, drop kick, 360 no scope. That will be the days. Can't wait. That and to be able to travel again. That'd be nice. Health doesn't let me travel, let alone the pandemic. So that will be nice. Go visit Asia with all my stock dollars. Yeah. Yeah, it's what people do. Yeah. I started trading when I was 28, 27. I wanted to trade when I was younger, but who the fuck has money to trade? You need like $25,000. Who has that at 23 years old, right? I guess if you're working, but most of us went to school. So it's like, yeah, yeah. It is confirmation bias, which I refuse to give to you guys. So I don't get the big channel viewership because I'm not sitting here wearing a hat, making stupid remarks, and then getting upset because I thought if I paid $10,000 to a person, he would say what I want him to say. But, fuck it. I'll do my own thing. It'll work. If it doesn't, I don't care. I mean, I care a little bit. It's nice to have you guys here. I do appreciate it. Everyone that shows up every day. But, if you guys all leave me and it all burns to hell, ooh, I'll still have my money. I'll still be trading. It doesn't really affect me. Just one less thing I have to do during the day. But this is a good way to waste time together because I have to look at this stock if my money's in it. So I might as well do it with a group of people and have some fun. Sometimes you hear interesting conversations. Someone tells you about their love affair of foot fetishes or how much they love my erotic stock drawings, There's things you learn. Yeah, exactly. So that's exactly what this is all about, etc. Just do your own thing and stay for the company. And then if you're learning about stocks, there's some teaching moments here. And that's for the broader community. Yeah, exactly. That's all I'm offering. All right. So AMC Theater's coming along okay. So I think this will be the front. Here will be the ticket booth. Here will be the concession stand. So it faces you as you come in. And this gives you a large congregating lobby. I'll do glass windows here. Maybe seating. And then Theater 1, which will be King Kong versus Godzilla. Theater 2 will be Mars Attacks. I might make just fake washrooms here if I can figure out how to do it, but no depth. And then this is the HVAC room, basically. Supplies, building materials, heat, hydro, hookup, all that. And then this is the fire exit. This block will go away. I just need it for measurement. So I can tell where the invisible wall, or where, not the invisible wall is, but the hidden wall. Yeah. Well, technically I can put up anything, right? And I'll call up AMC and be like, okay, we're doing a premiere of a movie in space. Yeah. Mortal Kombat's going to be so good. For once, it's going to be the uncheesy Mortal Kombat. Although I saw some of the interviews and they're like, they wrote in intentional cheese just to make sure that it stays true to Mortal Kombat, which has got some cheese in it. But not so much that it's like bad production, but intentional cheese, which is good. That's the good kind of cheese. When you know the movie's not trying too hard. Yeah. Anyways, it's going to be so good. And the Mortal Kombat lore is great. Excuse me, great as well. So, it's really fucking crazy though, because it's like, and then they go into a time warp, and then it goes into a time warp, and then they fight the person that controls time by the 11th game. if you ever watch like the recap videos from like IGN or I forget the other guy, it's just like, okay, bear with me here. So, and then it's just, and a time warp. But then I love how by the 11th episode, or the 11th game, Raiden's like, I feel like we've done this before. Oh, only 10 times. So he starts to clue in that the time's been manipulated, and it's like, there we go. Now you're starting to tie the game together instead of just resetting time every time. You lazy fuckers. It was quite good. Yeah, the first Mortal Kombat was great. I think it's the second. Whichever one had the guy with the bone mask, the bone mask, and it was like, oof, dem face ugly. But yeah, today's effects are going to be nice, and it will be a glorious moment. I really don't really care about King Kong versus Godzilla versus Mecha Godzilla, I think. But yeah, it's just going to be pimp sauce. Yeah, it's the second one? Okay. Yeah, I don't know which one it was. Because this is the fourth movie? Or is this the third? Yeah, Sindel. Yeah, I've been catching up on the lore, and it's like, oh my god. Because I haven't played all the games. I think I played the first 2 or 3 Mortal Kombats, and I might have played number 8 on the computer, just like downloaded it, played it for a tiny bit. Yeah. So I'm definitely had to catch up. Okay. So do 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 do. Best theme song ever. Do 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 do. Oh, someone's car sounds like it got stuck in a meat grinder outside. Yikes. All right, let's take a look at the broader market since that little bump is kind of wearing off. GME completed its U-shape, so it didn't do it here, but you see it completed its U-shape, or it got pretty close to it. Still has a little bit to go, but you get the gist. So yeah, so a really sloppy W, which is basically a U-shape, or a bum taking a poop. Dow also made a giant U-shape. This is also what they refer to if you ever hear someone say it's going parabolic. But what they're talking about parabolic is that's your parabola? Parable? I think it's a parable. And they're talking about this. So if a stock goes parabolic, it generally means it's going straight up, to the moon. It's a fancy way of saying that. Technically, it's frequently parabolic. But yeah, before saying going to the moon was a thing, people would say it's going into a bull run, a bull rush, going parabolic, nuclear. Another cool term that's being used a lot lately is melting up. So the stock's basically dying, but in the upwards direction. So it's not moving, it's not going anywhere. It's basically dying, but beneficially. So, which is basically how the stock market is going right now. There's also more connotations to melting up. It's the stock market's dying physically on the fundamentals, but it's not being respected or reflected on the price. So then the meltdown part is the negative death that's occurring, but the fact that it's going up, not down, is the qualifier instead of a nuclear meltdown kind of deal. So, anyways, just a little tidbits on the lingo. Not that I'm really from the streets, but I do like those words. They are good words. Oh, military helicopter. Huey. One rotor. I recognize that Vietnam anywhere. Yeah, Canada's still flying the modern Huey. Apparently that helicopter is like pimp sauce. But I heard there's a lot of problems with flying it though because of how it handles. So when you fly a helicopter, random segue, you're essentially like you're floating on top of a bubble. So if you go too far forwards or too far back, you slide off the edges of the bubble, basically. And I heard the Huey is bad for that. I think if you go too far backwards, it essentially just slips and flips itself really fast. So you have to watch when you yank the stick or something. I think it's highly affected by ground rotor wash, and it causes it to flip as well. I'm not 100% sure. It's been a long time, but just a random segue since a Huey just flew over my head. Or something that sounded quite like a Huey, since I didn't go look. I'm able to place the window here. Why place window? Oh, because I was sticking the window inside the wall. Okay, so... Perfect. Okay. There's our big theater windows. All right. It's looking good. Time is at 2 o'clock. Okay, so we're getting near the end of the day. We might start to see a pickup soon. A quick pickup line. Hey there, big boy, how you doing sort of deal. Just a $5 back of the AMC theater kind of thing. The huge. Yeah, sour hour. I think we'll have a liftoff in sour hour. We're trending up. All we need is volume, right? If we get the volume, we're good to go. And since sour hour will be volume, usually it's increased volume. It's starting to look pretty good. We'll see it kick up, I think. Yeah. Although I say power hour and sour hour are the same. And the last 30 minutes is the squeeze. You're getting the lemon squeeze. But I do like, I think it was Backstop saying that the whole hour, or so the last 30 minutes is sour hour, which is great because it's not an hour. So it further adds to the lulls. So I quite like it. Like, why is your hour only 30 minutes? Well, you see, AMC. Ah, I get you. Just walk away. I need bulletproof glass. Is there any of that here? Nope. Make me some. You can't. You make me some. Where the hell's bulletproof glass? Why am I friggin' blind? There it is. Holy crap. Okay. The ultimate betrayal. Sorry. So it was you. So is Werejer. We don't talk about him though. You know, we thought he would disappear too. We're just like, we're hoping that if we locked him in a box long enough, he would just die of starvation. But he's still here. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. No. Just the opposite. It's like double subscribed. It's like, oh man, why doesn't that member just die? Double subscribed. Ooh. You need to go quote a long monologue. I am the shadow of the darkness. Da 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 da. Whoa. No. I called out all the people that were uh, OG regulars that were missing in action. That's who I called out. Because I'm like, where did Stacy go? Where did this go? And then Howard was AFK or not talking at the time. But you're always here for me, backstop. Where Jer comes and goes, but he's generally here every day. He's first post. But, oh, yeah, see? Exactly. Where Jer wasn't there. I think Howard and Backstop probably the two most dedicated from the original group. My name's actually probably up there as well. She's here every day. And then Stacy was here every day, but she needs a mental break from the stupidity, and I feel it. Yeah. Because our original group was 8 people? Yeah, I think it was 8 people of the OG. Where Jer, my name, Backstop, Howard, Stacy, and somebody else. Yeah. Because I remember the first video. It's like, you have 8 people. And I'm like, yeah, humble beginnings in YouTube. It beats your mom and her cats. I got my first sub today. Your mom. Oh, Belts. I forgot Belts. That's the one. So Belts was the one I forgot. Yep. Exactly. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, because that's why we started this, because I was in the AMC chat and I was talking to Belts and all you guys on Reddit, and then it's like, okay, well, why don't I show you guys what I'm talking about? So that's why we started this channel, so I could just show you the chart, because it's really hard to type like, oh, maybe this is the breakout, and then I got banned. Well, actually, half this channel got banned, and then got unbanned, but I'm still banned because they forgot about me, just like they forgot about Dre. You know, bitches trading stocks all day, then they forget about Dre. Yeah, my man. I love that. No, it's like the way Denzel says it. How Denzel says it. Hold on. I'd like to show the court. My man. I love it. If you haven't seen what I'm quoting, aside from the movie, I think that's Training Day. But go load up SNL and I think it's the Randy Rousey trial. 1 second. SNL. I'll figure out the proper name for you. So it's the teacher trial and SNL. Actually, I'll post the link. This is one of my favorite SNL. Just so good. I quote it all the time. And yeah,
Yeah. Anyways, that my man is in there. Let me just get the proper link. Oh, that is the proper link. I just got confused because I couldn't hear the sound. There you go. That's something to put me on mute and just watch that 5 minutes. It is super good. Did these kids call you names? Yes. Sir Pimps a lot. Three's Humpany. And my man, but not that way, the way Denzel says it. He means my man. So good. Fucking love it. Comedy is great. Makes the world go round. Mm-hmm. Low volume selling. Three's Humpany. Yeah, you'll have to watch it either after or whatever. It's great because the kid's supposed to be on trial for sleeping with the teacher, but he's proud of it. It's so good. How did the kids find out? Well, I kind of went around and told anyone that would listen. Because realistically, if you're like 18 years old or 17 years old and you sleep with a hot teacher at school, it's like you don't really fucking care. You're like the coolest kid in school, right? But the adults are mortified, right? So that's what they were playing on. It was great. Yeah, Three's Humpany. So good. Yeah, so good. I'm gonna watch it after this. So good. Oh yeah, yeah. My favorite SNL character is the really famous black dude. Just because his mannerisms are hilarious. Yeah, that is Pete Davidson. Yeah. Um, I love his mannerisms, and that's why you can cast him in anything. Like his Family Feud, and that's no, it's not Casey Morgan. That guy's out because of his health. Um, is that a spider? Oh, there's a spider running around on my table. That's good. Go eat some cockroaches. Just don't go into my computer where you'll be electrified. Yeah, I guess with the warmer weather, all the bugs are coming out now. To think this guy will live and die within the year. The cycle of sad life. So AMC is just trending sideways, nothing to pay attention about. Yeah, Sir Pimps a lot. There we go. Let's take a quick look at the broader market. So U-shape with collapsing or cup and handle. Oh, that's GME. Sorry, I clicked the wrong one. I was wondering. I'm like, that looks a lot like GME with the hump in the middle. Yeah, I clicked the wrong one. So this one is completed the U-shape, so now it's at the decision point whether it's going to tumble a little, tumble a lot, or take off. So that's good. S&P is going down. Dow, not so much. S&P is not finishing a U-shape though, so different boat. and we are going for a little bit of a dive. Now, this is dangerous because this is probably a crown. We might go for a heavy dive. Yeah. So I was hoping this would be a check mark, but looks like it's not. So we'll see if this is going to go past the support line. If it does, it'll probably keep going. It shouldn't be going down considering the Dow's doing great and everything's going up. But his GME may be rolling. No, GME's still going pretty good. So I'm thinking this is undue sell-off, but we'll see. We'll see how quickly it's pushed back. Let's see if the market agrees with me. Since we can't will the market. Just holding. It's low volume, so we're not moving anywhere. Although low volume does make more volatility, but in our case, it's just making for very slow. Nobody cares enough. So the motions will be slow, but the results will be large in our case. Where usually a low volume stock will normally have more crazy motions. We'll have motion that chooses one direction and does it in a medium amount. Oh, my back's killing me. All right. It's the only problem with doing this from my couch. No back support. Killing me. So switch to controller, and then I can lay down. Yeah, no, it's all good, man. And I'll see you whenever. It's all good. It's all good. We'll be here. Subscribe if you want to show up at some later time. It's all good. Or just double post. That works too. There you go. Yeah, there's about an 8-second delay between 4 seconds between what I see and I speak, you hear. And if you total trip time is 8 because you have to hear me, write, me have to read, and that makes it 8. Anyways, go have fun. We'll see you the next time you're here. All is good in the hood. We'll try not to miss you too much. I mean, I've completely forgotten about Werejares, so I'm sure I can forget about other people. The future is now, old man. Oh, good recovery, but still slow. Zero volume. Let me adjust this so at least there. Now we can see the volume. I wish there's a way I could just nuke individual volumes, like right click on it and hide it. So if we have a spike like that, I can go and nuke it. uh, Jesus. I take back what I said about collecting a cool selection of the best of society. Oof. I sorely misjudged this group. I would like to retract my statement. Yeah, that is some next level enlightenment. Am I ever was here? Was learning letters good? Wow, he's transcended language. Either that or he's having a stroke. Either way. Uh-huh, that's exactly it. Everything that you can say in here can be used against you in the court of law. Because that's how the court of law works. Although the Miranda rights, which is what that is a US thing. But most countries have a variation of it. Some countries don't. Don't think Russia does. Russia just basically says, you know, if you talk, I'm going to punch you in the face. And then have a good time. It's assumed that, like, some countries actually even have you're guilty until proven innocent kind of laws, which the American style is the dead opposite. So some of them, it's like, I don't even read you your rights because you don't have them until I can prove you're not guilty. And it's like, aye, that's no good. So baseless accusations are just as good as hard evidence. Yeah. Forget what country that is. There's actually a fair deal that still guilty until proven innocent. So you're treated as a criminal instantly until you can prove that you were wrongfully charged. But then it's like, holy crap, you can be charged for anything. So yeah. Well, okay, let's leave North Korea out of this one. Obviously, North Korea and China are shining examples of legal systems that favor. I love the U.S. legal system as much as it's bloated and it's got its problems. The style, the structure, the professionalism, it's great. It's a great setup. The British have a pretty good one as well as what we use in Canada. They've definitely refined it over the years. And then I like Canada's, which is a hybrid between Britain and America. Because there's still some antiquated shit in the British legal system. I'm not a great lawyer, but I do remember reading the differences between the two, and I was like, you could do with a little bit of modernization. That was years ago, so maybe it has happened. But that was my takeaway at the time. When I formulated my opinion. Oh shit, it's a storm. Formulated my opinions. Is this the bad storm or a good storm? See any lightning bolts? Okay, maybe it's just a regular dust storm. Yeah. So the UK legal system's looking like AMC. Just it was great, but a whole lot of sideways. But there's still some fundamental value there. Somewhere. Somewhere. Exactly. Yeah. Um, but you say Western countries, though, right? So the Magna Carta is a thing, but the French legal system isn't based off the British legal system, unless you think that the Magna Carta, the rule of kings, was, all Britain's doing. So there, it's not really fair to say, but definitely like the U.S. and Canada, our legal systems are the British style. Same with India, Hong Kong before China decided human rights don't exist. Um, Definitely British style. Australia is still hardcore British style law. They still wear the wigs and everything, um, which we don't do here. I think our judges. No, we don't do it here actually. So, anyways, but the French are a socialist republic, right? All they need is a little bit of nationalism, and then oh wait, that's the Russian national anthem. Oh, I don't know what the Nazi national anthem is, but play that in the background. Yeah. No, the French is a free republic. I know. But they do have democratic elections. States is technically a republic, but, I don't know where the hell or when the hell they were last. Technically, a republic is one of the nicest forms of government. It mixes a little bit of dictatorship to get things done, with democracy to make sure it doesn't go to hell. Whereas Canada's a parliamentary democracy. That way, you get stuck in quagmires of bickering. Whereas in the U.S., you can just say, "Fuck it, I'm going to do what I want." But then when that guy's an idiot, he ends up poisoning all your water and giving all your money away to rich companies. So it's, even Plato and friends, when the idea of a republic was floated in ancient Greece, realized that was a problem. But they're like, no, those people are going to elect smart people. So as much as it's a problem, as long as you stop idiots from electing people, everything will be okay. Ooh, funny story. And Donald Trump. So, yeah. I just realized I built this roof with all the wrong blocks. Fuck me. Uh, Anyways. Yeah, I do like law. I was actually going to go in and do law as my career, actually. But then I realized I have to remember too much, and I'm not really good at remembering things. But I was really good in law in high school, and the club, say like a legal club, I was really fucking good. Because yeah, it's not hard to argue a case because we're all looking for the same thing, right? We all want the facts. It's not about who's right or wrong. It's about, did my client do what you say he did in the manner that you said he did? And if you didn't, then fuck off. And if he did, well, prove it or fuck off. And that's basically my entire legal. Although I think most of the time I was prosecution. So I find holes in the defense because most of the time the defense is guilty, at least in these scenarios. So the defense has to actually defend a guilty party. Because if he's not guilty, then it's just a matter of showing the truth. And then the prosecution has a really fucking hard time if the role is to convict. But that's kind of a It's kind of the wrong way to do the legal system. Prosecution's not trying to convict. They're just trying to, they believe they're right, and they're trying to find out if they're wrong, essentially. Yeah. But if there's any doubt, they don't go to court, because you don't just, like, unlike TV shows, you don't go to court unless the evidence is fucking stacked against you. Yeah. Because what a waste of time, money, and resources. Unless you're a big business and you're purposely trying to do that to squeeze out the little guy. But that's a whole different story outside of this little humble YouTube. Oh yeah, France and the US are technically brothers. Oh, another helicopter. No. That one's weird. Sounds like a helicopter, but it also sounds like a Cessna. But a really loud Cessna. So that might be a bigger military helicopter, maybe like a Chinook. And I can't hear the blades chop. So I'm hearing the engines just roar because it's gunning it. Chinooks are actually really friggin' quiet. I was quite surprised. Unless you're behind them, you don't hear them. And like I'm watching the thing fly around, and I'm like, what the? How the hell am I not hearing this helicopter? But they, obviously stealth matters when you don't want to get killed. So, yeah, they do a good job. Or I shouldn't say killed. You don't want to get shot out of the sky. Oh yeah, you know what? U.S. has gone to war with pretty much everybody in Europe. Although most of Europe's gone to war with themselves at some period, so. Well, World War II basically divided up both sides, and then Britain gets the award for original OG at war with. France is a OG savior of. If France actually didn't come through, there wouldn't be any America. France saved their ass in the early days, because if not, Britain would have just swamped them. They don't have a navy. They barely have an army. They just have a whole bunch of angry muskets and good organization. They're like OG guerrilla fighters. Yeah. I should really put a floor in here. Keep falling. Yeah, and that's it too, right? So if we want to get technical, yeah, France owned half of it, and then lost it. It's the same thing in Canada. Half of Canada was France, and then the British kicked their ass, and then France got all angry about it and ended up backing the U.S. When push came to shove. And they got ousted out of Canada, Upper and Lower Canada. And the turning point of that battle was the Battle of... Oh, it's such a dumb battle, too. Can't remember. Basically, they left their fort to fight on an open field, and then the British ambushed the French in the open field with native irregulars out of the bushes. But France basically just walked into a complete funnel of death when they had a perfectly strong ass fort they could have used. It's like, forget what that's called. It's on the tip of my tongue, but I can't remember it. It was such a dumb fight. No, there's no colonies, but we have an entire province dedicated to French. and they are total assholes 90% of the time because they act like an independent country, which they are sort of, but they're not. And then they're like, give us everything for free. And then we do. And then they complain that they don't have enough. And then they say, don't regulate us. And then when something goes wrong, they're like, why didn't you regulate us? And it's like, oh, Jesus, just stop sucking. They are so annoying. But they give us a lot of culture, and they do give us a lot of comedy. Like, there's a lot of really funny French people. Montreal's a wonderful city. It's just the old style French culture is very dickish. It's very opinionated, and my way's the best way. Fuck you. And it's like, well, you can't. That's not very Canadian. You can't do that. You have to respect other viewpoints and learn from them. And so, anyways, that's the biggest problem we have with the Quebec government, which is our French colony, if you will, or area. Area is a better word. Yeah. Formal war with who? Canada? Oh, yeah, okay. I'm reading the chat now. Got it. Yeah. Yeah. Just like there was no formal war with the United States and Canada because Canada didn't exist. But technically, even up to World War II, America had plans to invade Canada. They were drawn up. They just didn't act on them. And it's like, oh, that's fucking nice. Thanks, America. And then their response was, well, we have war plans to invade any country in case we want to. And it's like, yeah, that's the problem. Please don't have war plans to invade us. Yep. Yeah. Sorry, I look at the chat time to time, but I'm not always on the ball. At least I found a game that I can play without lagging out the stream, so that's good. Gonna be a good theater. It's looking good. So we'll just put in a concession area here. Oh no, wait, concession area is going here. Right. Okay. Gotta raise the roof. Left click. That did not work. Okay. Yeah, so we're just trending sideways. So we're about 10 minutes to sour hour. Shit, too close. I can't tell which way the slope is. There we go, it's on its side. There we go. Okay, so I want corner. Okay, so this, that. Get there, and then that. There we go. Oh, god damn it. Goddamn Mongolians. Every time a Chinese guy tries to build a goddamn wall, Goddamn Mongolians. So here we are rounding again on the stock. So that's again a negative potential to collapse down. But we're going into sour hours, so we'll see what happens. Oh, excuse me. Oh, I guess the US hasn't fought Greece either. Technically, indirectly. I guess actually no, though, the Greece were occupied by the Nazis, right? Or at least not the Nazis, the Axis. I remember something about that. It would make sense considering the Ottoman were, well, the Ottoman were bad guys, if you will. And if everyone around you were bad guys, yeah. So I guess they technically fought the Greek, but they didn't really fight the Greek. It's like we fought Holland. You didn't fight Holland or the Netherlands. You liberated them. So, yeah. Yeah, but then by that standard, Canada fought a whole shit ton of European countries as well, and so did the UK. Yeah. But yeah, we were talking about the US, so yeah, interesting. Yeah. Because they also didn't directly fight Bulgaria or Macedonia or Morocco. So those they wouldn't have directly fought. Nor did they fight Algeria or Tanzania and all the places that ended up appearing after the conflict. Like French-controlled Algiers, gone. Lebanon's its own country now. Although I don't know, did the U.S. send expeditionary forces in World War I believe? Lawrence of Arabia is World War I, isn't it? But then, yeah, you're trying to break the Ottoman Empire's back. Yeah, that's World War I. And then World War II, who owns Turkey? Syria. No, Turkey formed after World War I. Yeah, okay. So Turkey's chilling. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's the same thing Norway did. No, Norway got occupied by the Germans. Finland resisted the Germans, or no, joined the Germans only so that they could kick the Russians out. And then Sweden then was neutral? Yeah. One of those guys were neutral. Because the one that touched the water was German occupied. The one that's in the middle, which I think is Sweden, was, I think, neutral. And Finland joined the Germans just so they could kick the shit out of the Russians. To which I don't blame them because, you know, although if you join the Allies, Russia would just eat up your territory. I don't think that's going to be the case, but the Allied powers have done worse things, so who knows? Or that's just a story they tell to You know, we made a boo-boo. Can't blame them, though. You have to pick a side, and not everyone's going to pick the winning side. It happens. Um, I think this AMC theater is going to be ready for customers soon. I'll have to get people that actually own this game to join the server. This is currently multiplayer. Just nobody joins my server because it's unmodded, I guess. I mean, I doubt I would join a rando vanilla server. It probably has bad ping because I'm streaming. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think I'm going to probably have to put a layer for the... So in this case, there's no theater room broadcasting to a projector screen. We're going to use, at the theater here, we're going to use really big LCD, basically. But I probably still need a maintenance room so I can go and swap out the LCDs and hook up. Or I could just go in with my welding torch and just do it in the room. Yeah, probably. Yeah, it should be good. It's going to need ventilation and air, though, which I can put on the roof. So the roof will be 2 squares thick, I guess. One for the actual roof and the other for the supplies, ventilation. Yeah, looks good. All right. Okay, let's keep the good times rolling. So I'll run a pipe through here. Then this will be the concession stand. Okay. How many squares am I? 1, 2, 3. We'll do one more. Does that line up? Oh, excellent. Excellent. Good. That works perfectly. Actually, you know what? I will cheat. It's a decorative interior pillar. Decoration. There we go. Need interior plate. Come on. Don't let those dreams be dreams.
All right. Oh, fuck me. I still had some forward momentum. Okay. At least we're going sideways and not down, so 5 more minutes to sour hour. Oh, that clock's a little fast. It'll be 6 minutes. Did you end up watching that video, Werger, or watched it before? And by that video, I mean the SNL one. Yeah, good. Yeah. As long as somebody watched it. Makes me feel good inside. Oh, Diary of a Pimpy Kid. That was yeah. Instead of Wimpy Kid. Ah, yes. Diary of a Pimpy Kid. Three's Company. Sir Pimps a lot. Yeah. Uh, it's good. No, I want some validation. It's so good. Uh, there's some footage of your car when you got the text. It's just a car doing like a burnout 360 or 180. And how did you respond? I sent a GIF of a cartoon bird moving so quickly that the eyes are flying out. Can you explain to the court how it made you feel? Amazing. uh, so good. So good. Yeah, to express how excited I was. Yeah. So good. Oh, Jesus, I fell through the same wall again. That won't be a problem once I get the piping in. Yeah. What do you, yeah.
Uh, yeah, and I spun around like a Disney princess. Yeah. And how did people find out? I told anybody that would listen. Yep. Yeah, SNL couldn't do that skit nowadays with how people are so opinionated about shit now. Comedy's definitely getting a lot of shots lately. We're getting way too uptight. Oh, see ya. Enjoy your business meeting. I've started scheduling all my new meetings later, so it won't interrupt the stock trading anymore. That kind of looks silly, but them the brakes. Okay, so now we just entered sour hour with a little bit of uptick. Nothing amazing. Do. Exactly. Um, it's a tactic I try to do is I try to keep at least half my money free at any given time. So if I make a bad position, I can bail myself out. Um, but in the case of this 1400 or this whatever, right? I went all in and I should have bailed out, but this is going on way too long. So even if you do have the best intentions, you have to follow through with it, or you know, you pay the price. So you are right. If you had more money, you'd just do the same thing and end up not having that money when you want it. So it's yeah. So you're quite right. Yeah. That's the coulda, woulda, shoulda, and if the world was great sort of deal. But you'll get there eventually. So just remember these days. I remember when we spent like 2 weeks at 5.5, right? Those were grim days. We've survived worse, yeah, as a community. So at least this, we know the price is going up now. AMC has survived the worst. So it's not going to be too bad. Shit, that's what I thought. Just going to be a waiting game, unfortunately. Oh yeah, of course. I wouldn't do anything less. If it starts to, if it gets any lower, which it really shouldn't, you may have to consider reducing or getting out at a loss. But until we get to the really dangerous, it's going to die era, don't worry about it. That time has not come. We're not even close to it. Well, I guess we're somewhat close. Closer than where I would like us to be, but yeah, that's when you start to worry. But we're not there yet. There we go. Unable to, because I'm too close. There we go. Aha. Okay. So there's the concession booth. Nice. Perfect. Yeah, if you follow this channel daily, you'll see when I start worrying. I was a little bit not feeling great when we were going down that steep cliff about 2 weeks ago, and there was no sign of stopping. Then we had that 30% recovery. That was last week. Then it was like, oh, thank God. Because if we never had a recovery, then we could have just kept going. There was no sign of stopping. I was just like, oh, fuck me. But now it's looking a lot healthier. We just have to get out of this negative funk, and everything will be okay. Roshnek Capital? Oh, is that some other YouTube channel? Oh, yeah, it is. I think I've seen that come up on my feed once. Yeah. Yeah, I'm still quite bullish on AMC. Although you can see the Dow right now is taking off and AMC is not. So there is a lot of negativity to this stock that wasn't here before. So we're definitely not doing as good as we were. And that's for sure. Even though the situation for this stock has gotten better, the negativity has increased on this stock for sure. And we see that with the price. We see that with we're not even following the market some days. So, yeah, I want that to lift, and then we should be okay. But the fundamentals haven't changed, other than the pandemic has increased. So, yeah. Anyways, you know the drill. You get it. At least the nice thing about this YouTube channel is it keeps my stock trading skills good. Because I have to talk about them, I have to think about them. So it helps keep me up to speed on the edge. Or Top Gun. Fight the air. Ha! Dangerous. Oh, Iceman. So good. Yeah, so I don't use them because they're really unnecessary. You can load up your own version of my chart on TradingView and put whatever technicals you want. But I don't use the moving average because I go over the chart and just draw on it, and I talk about the essentially the moving average, but different words. But it's not necessary. It's just for people that aren't watching the chart. It's good for analysis of charts you don't follow because it gives you a summary. But that's not how I work. I do momentum trading, so I have to watch the stock. I have to feel the stock, understand its personality, and a moving average is only analyzing the past. So analyzing. So, anyways, that's why I don't use it. But if you want it, you can just load up this trading view, go to AMC, and you can have a chart just like this. But perhaps it gives them something to talk about. But if you really stop and think about it, like, okay, he says the moving average, this and this are crossing. And it's like, well, all that means is that the average sentiment over a certain period of time is matching a sentiment over a longer or shorter period of time. So the short term and the long term are coming into agreement or what have you. And it's like, yes, but you should know that if you're looking at the stock. And it doesn't really tell you anything because, yes, the long term and the short term are going into agreement. So positive stuff should happen, but it doesn't guarantee it. It just means there's a consensus. And so if the consensus is good, then good. If the consensus is meh, then you just get more meh. So, anyways, at least that's my view on it and why I don't use it. I don't feel the necessary needs. Anyways, one of my favorite one is the boiler bands. I love that one, but I have never figured out how to use it properly. But it's very interesting and it's smart. It's basically two moving averages, one above and one below, giving you a channel. And then basically you have a moving channel. And so when you have momentum that exceeds the channel, or the averages basically, right? Something's happening too much, too quick, right? So if you get the numbers right for the personality of the stock, then you know what it should be doing, much like the moving averages. And when it doesn't move properly, something is up. And then if you have two of them, something is wrong in the negative, something's wrong in the positive. So it's a fun thing to follow. But I never really get to calibrate it properly. So it's never quite as accurate as I am. Because all those moving averages too they have a little bit of foresight, but for the most part they're all in the past. Where I can look at a chart and use other technicals and I can actually see into the future a little bit. And I don't want to be in the past because that's pointless. But anyways, I won't reiterate. But yeah, that's just what I think. At least. But here, actually, while we're sitting here, I'll fire up the boiler bands because those are fun. There's a lot of cool indicators in here. Do not know the difference, but like all of these are pretty freaking cool. If you Google them, a lot of these are, awesome. ADX breakouts, parabolic SAR. Can't remember what that one is, but I know that's a good one. Yeah, the MA cross is a common one. The MACD moving average strategy is an important one as well. No idea what that is. Call moving average is an old school one. Envelopes is like a boiler band. Chop zone, that's an old one too. Anyways, let's do this. So there's boiler bands with a 20 a 20 moment moving average. So basically, when they hit the top, they'll go down. When they hit the bottom, they'll go up. So here it's oversold. So you can expect a correction at some point. But see, it doesn't always play out. But it's good for something like this because you're like, okay, that's clearly oversold. So you know you're going to come back to midpoint of the channel. And the midpoint of the channel is basically the moving average. But if you're good at stocks, you should be averaging out these humps in your brain all the time, which is essentially a moving average. Because when this happens, we were here a second ago, we're now here. It's like, is that going to hold? Likely not. So you're looking for commitment. And when there is no commitment, then you're expecting it to come back to some midpoint or completely back. And that's essentially a moving average, or what this boiler bands is showing you. But I look at the technicals to tell when that's going to happen. So I'm already ahead of the curve, and I average it out, kind of draw trend lines. So I'm trying to pre-draw this middle line wherever possible. Like when we were dealing with the three kings here, it's like, okay. And then we're like, okay, is this going to turn into a crown, which it did, but is it going to stop and go full tilt? Well, no, we're seeing slow down. This is a little too much down, and that's kind of what the boiler bands is saying. We were up here for the last 20, so maybe there's a lift up. But if we do have a lift up, we're not going to come rocketing because we would have done that. Anyway, so that's what the boiler bands show. You know, see how the channels are tightening? Because we spent so much time going nowhere, it's going to be hard for us to escape the nowhere. So the channels tighten. Anyways, I quite like this one. It's one of my favorite. But again, I don't know how to use it properly. And so here we're breaking out of the channel. So that's going to either result in a run or it's going to drag us back down. And probably in our case, because it's end of the day, I'm going to go with a run. But anyways, I love that one. Something to look into since we're talking about fundamentals and that jazz. Or fundamental technicals. Let's call them basic technicals. Let's not conflate the words. Yeah, because moving average. Oh, actually, that's a cool one too. Okay, it's gonna fuck up my chart, but there's one they have here. Is it displaced EMA? Here it is. Moving average ribbons. So there's what you were asking for. So there you go. You can have it. So this is the moving average for 20, 25, 35, 40, and 50 ticks. So this is commonly used to kind of, okay, when you have huge upswings, this is bucking the trend, this is going under, and then it makes this cool ribbon. And based on the tilt of the ribbon and the height, and yeah, so there's your moving averages that you wanted. That one's kind of cool. I like it visually. And it is kind of useful because when the points start to compress, right, that's usually a turnaround point because then your past is catching up with the now. So like here, see how they come to a point? That's when you know to get out because this is going to happen or something bad's going to happen, right? But that should be clear without the ribbons. But then that comes from training that you may not have. So this one's useful. When the past and the future converge, usually something happens. It's like here, you're in a run. So the past, the future all hit each other. And then boom, the breakout, right? Now they're starting to compress. Okay, is something bad going to happen? No. So it doesn't happen. But here you would have sold because you're like, okay, it's getting too risky. Then when this happens, you get in, it's too late, it's already over. So it's not perfect, but still pretty cool. Um, oh man, another fucking weather storm here. This one got lightning. Really don't want to get struck by lightning again. It wrecked my base last time. Okay. Well, I'm quite happy with this AMC theater. It's coming along nicely. But the AMC theater or the I don't do your shit, old man. there's that too. Uh, uh, I'm a rebel without a cause. No, it's I like stocks, as I've said quite a few times. It's the application of human psychology, and I love human psych. But you can't go around psychoanalyzing people, right? Well, you can, but don't be a dick about it. So I've read a lot about stock trading, but a lot of the books are really old, and the newer books are all more like, oh, so you want to be a stockbroker? It's all hype, you know. It's all the kiddies that want to become pros. Just like if you read a book about hacking, it's going to be just written so that, oh, you want to be a YouTube star? It's just shit, garbage books. But the old ones are really good, written by the people that I guess founded. I don't know how started the stock market or were the original players, but a lot of the stuff it's still applicable, but the terms have changed, the way we do it changed, and so those books are nice and the mentality is good, but they never predicted computers and high frequency trading and robots, right? So it's hard to get a new book that really talks about that. Why not being hype? Where the old timey books are written like, if you're reading this, it's like a school book. You're reading this because you want to learn, and they're trying to share their knowledge, which is nice. Not trying to be an entertaining piece of crap. So, anyways, my point is, I've read a lot of books, but uh, modern books, I haven't found ones with a lot of quality. Whereas the old timey ones that I've read, kind of those master books, or like reading Shakespeare, they're the classics. They're what everything is based off of. Those ones are good, but they're a little outdated. But I do want to read a more modern book on option patterns and the multi legs. And I did read a more modern patterns book, but there's like at least 100 patterns, and so it's like they got a name for everything, right? Everything they can think of. Okay, two reds beside each other, two reds with a different height. Like, okay, we don't have to name everything. So a lot of it just kind of goes into your brain and uh, goes somewhere, right? But if you take the general consensus of what they're saying, then you'll become a really good stockbroker. And that's kind of what I tried to do. But anyways, I'm glad I give you value to this channel. Definitely the highlight of my day. That and eating food in the morning. Ah, the best parts of the day. Yeah, man, that's a nasty dust storm. All right. This is going to be the front of the theater. Okay. We'll put a big AMC logo up here. So we'll make a facade. Or a, what did my dad call it? A fascia. A fascia. Yeah. Hitting every key but the one I want. Okay, here we go. Well, AMC's just rounding again, but nothing to write home about. It's basically going sideways. Just gonna hold for our gold, as the channel title states. Jeez. Storm's not getting any better. How am I out of panels already? Let's see if when the moving average, exponential moving average, the EM average EMA crosses over. Oh, it's listed up there. That's how much I use it. The EMA crosses, and let's see what happens. So as it goes red, the short term is going to run into the long term, and the lines are going to flip on each other. But you'll see that the moving average will not respond because it's delayed. So it's an average of the last 20, 25, 30, blah, blah, blah data points. So it's going to take like 5 or so, 6 or so data points for the 20 to even recognize that there's a downward trend. And so you can start to see it's curving a little bit for the lighter colors because they're sensing, because now the average is changing. But see, you're already going down hard, and the averages are like, eh, because they are an average after all. But I guess the good news too is if you base off the average, you won't be doing anything until there's a major price swing. So you're not buying and selling on anything unless it's committed, which I talk about all the time. Wait for commitment. And so this is a way of visualizing commitment. You could think of it that way, I guess. That's probably how people use it. They look for a crossover point. It shows commitment. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. And I mean, what's 10 cents, right? It's absolutely nothing, especially if it goes down $3. But yeah, anyways, I'll be curious to see. I haven't used them in years, but I'm curious to see now since someone mentioned it and it's sitting up there. I'm going to see how it plays out. But I thought I'd point that out because that's, yeah, especially if it crashes terribly hard, you're behind the curve big time. it could crash and recover by the time you realize. But then do you really want to get out? Is it necessary? So you could put in tighter EMAs, like you could do a 5-minute average, right? So it's not a matter of the EMAs are bad, it's just they're not calibrated properly. So there's that too. Okay. So for the AMC sign, I think I'm going to do a big circle, and I'll just write AMC. Stick it right here. Yeah, I think that'll look good. Gonna get hit by lightning? No. What am I looking for? I would like to find the letters. Jesus, there's like 1,000 helicopters going over my head. They must be like COVID related or something. Or maybe they're doing an exercise, because that's a lot of... Okay, so select this one. How big's a letter? Can't even see the letter. Oh, there it is. Okay, the letter is actually tiny, but it's the size of a block. So I'm going to need 3 blocks for AMC. AMC circle. Oof, that's going to be huge. Yeah, the AMC, is there a smaller version of this? Oh, there is. How do I access the smaller version? I have to reselect it. The smaller version will probably still occupy 1 square. Curses. Okay. That's going to be big. Left, right click, bottom. We're going to select get there and clean armor. Okay. Ouch. Okay. So that's 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Ah, perfect. It is got a middle point. Excellent. So 1, 1, 2, 1, 2. It's not balanced. Shit. Okay. But 3 would be balanced. Yeah. No. 1, 2, 3. It is. Yeah. It needs 1 more square. Crap. Oh well. So we're gonna have a problem. Okay. Might be able to pull it off. Up. So that's an F. That's not an A. Those letters aren't even correct. Good enough. A. M. I'm running out of gas here. C. Oh, Jesus. Wrong way. It's Space AMC. Damn it. Ouch. Now, it's interesting because the averages haven't twisted on themselves. So they're still saying it's not low enough to be worried about. Interesting. Okay, so now we're in the last 30 minutes. So we'll see what happens. The world's shittiest AMC. AMU. It is the hobo AMC of space. Nope, no, no, don't glitch out. There we go. Okay, let's try that again. So I gotta do it quickly before I run out of gas. Nope. Nope. A. Yeah, there we go. Turn, turn, turn. There we go. Okay. So maybe I can fix this guy too. Oh, that was the letter V. Oh, okay. Oh my god. Just want the letter A. Why? Oh. Ugh. Why is it being such a butt? Okay, maybe I have to deselect. Deselect. Why is it I? Just give me the letter A. Like trying to remember what I selected. Oh my freaking god. I'll just do this before I run out of gas. Y, Z, G. I went right by A. S, T, U, V, Z, A. Okay. Done. Like a car dealership. Excellent. Okay. We'll get some numbers up here. Where's the numbers? Numbers? No numbers here. Okay, here we go. So this will be theater. And I fucking clicked the wrong one. This will be theater 2. But we'll do theater 1 here. Rotate. There's theater 1. Theater 2. Haha, we got something going here. Okay. And then this is should put an exit sign here. Oh, let's do an E. Let's do an X for exit. Go. That'll be the universal symbol for GTFO. Okay. All right, there we go. So we got a 2 theater, and then I can put up LCD screens here. I got to figure that out. But there is is something similar, like remote control, hinge. Where's the, oh here, text panel, wide LCD panel. Oops. So essentially, yeah, you can have panels. So I just put, like what's showing in number 1, something neutral in the middle, what's showing in number 2, kind of like that. And then for here, I'll either build it out of panels or I'll just get one Uber panel. Gotta figure that out. So we'll have a theater in no time. And then I'll get a hinges. I'll build this up, but I'll basically have your food menus here. Maybe I can get a custom model for popcorn. So just like a 3x3 block or a 5x2 block, and it's just skinned as the concession stand. I think you can get custom models. And then I guess you could make a custom model for popcorn. And off you go. Oh no, I don't care for the MA, but I just added them because somebody was talking about them. So. Yeah, it looks like it's just going to go sideways to the end, so it's nothing thrilling. Something to look at. At least why I'm... Where's the sun? Oh, there it is. At least why I'm busy welding the roof of AMC Mars. It's taken quite a few hours. I've been at this for 6 hours straight. I can put this away. Give me more. Yay. No. I did not know there was a new System Shock. I thought I might have read something about that, but then I completely obliviated. System Shock Original was like primo, and that's why everyone judges everything by System Shock Original. But nothing's come close. BioShock hasn't come close. No one's matched that style. I don't know. It's kind of like the diehard fans of Half-Life. I really hate Half-Life 1, but it hit a certain nerve, so they have a rosy view of it. But if you go back and play it, it's like, it's not that great. It's just like original Quake or original Unreal Tournament. It's like, yeah, we've moved on. There's a reason why Deathmatch isn't a thing anymore. It's good, but it's not great. So, but yeah, I should take a look at the new. I do play the video games, as you can tell. I took a break for a couple of years, but I'm back, bitches. Oh, come on. Give me the letter. Give me the letter so I can color code it. Us being a butt. Oh, that's awesome. So it's going to be good. Oh, that's good. Yeah, because nothing comes close to the first system shock, so if they don't even try, that's perfect. It's perfect. It's like when you first played Dead Space. Oh my god, that was good. Or the first time playing Ocarina of Time. Oh, that was life-changing for the era. All right. Oh, wrong key. I guess what I could do here is put fake theaters. So just build the shell. And then this would be theaters 3 and 4. And then I just don't show anything in them. And then that would give it a more complete building feel. Yeah. There's your box office. There's your concession stand. Gathering area. It's a pretty small theater with lots of wasted space. Perfect for space. You can see why theaters are so expensive, eh? Look at the amount of space you require. But, I mean, it's relatively open space, so all you need is walls. So now the EMAs have all merged. So that's telling you there's going to be a reversal. But then what kind of reversal? Up or down in this case? My money's on an up. Because we've gone too low, we're going to ebb up. But then the EMAs say it should probably go down. And we're also trending sideways for too long. So we may actually just crash. Maybe we will go down just because we've gone sideways so long. But we only got 10 minutes left on the clock or so. We should see an upkick that the EMA can't see. It's going to come out of nowhere. Going to be Bernie Sanders with the steel chair. That should happen in the last 10. So 2 minutes from now. Oh, I thought I picked up more resources. Sad pandas. Do 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 do. All right, so now we're officially in the last 10 minutes. So there was a big volume spike, but no motion. And looks like, yeah, it's still dead. So there was an entire minute without any motion. So still no change. Deadsville. We're going to come up on the last 5 minutes. Just a few seconds. Oh, my clock is really fast. So in 2 minutes, we'll be in the last 5. Fix that clock. That's perfect. It told me it picked it up and it lied. Okay, now we're in the last 5, so let's see if there's a pickup in speed. Okay, perfect. And oh, 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 oh. Jeez, Deadsville. What's the total volume for today? Yeah, the volume stayed kind of steady, even if the stock price was quite flat. I mean, if we zoom in, it's not that flat, but it's still pretty damn flat.
There you go. So that's on the menu. A bag of dicks. Yeah, no, she's definitely slow. But that's good. At least it's not crashing. We ended the day at 2.5, so that's good. I thought this was going to be an all-day red fest, which it started off as. So this is the last 30 seconds. Oh, oh, there's a little bit of a surge. All right, so that's it. So we ended at 884, 2.55% up. And yeah, pretty much dead. Let's just do a quick day recap. So yeah, we pretty much trended sideways the whole friggin' day. Let me just get rid of this stuff so I can see what's going on. Yep, so you know, we rebounded, we erased the stupidity of the other day, which is good, and we basically went flat. So that's actually pretty good, like flat up, because again, remember I keep trying to say we're in a U shape, right? So if we just take this chart, so the down of yesterday was too much. So we go in here and we average out. So now we're really at the floor. So we're maybe at the middle point. Hopefully we're at the side, but yeah, maybe this is the midpoint, and then we're going to start to see like this kind of, if we were to draw the equivalency. So we're now going to see the other side of the U. I guess we'll know in the coming days, but hopefully this is the beginning of the end, which is, or today we'll get a race tomorrow because, you know, this was too much and today was stupid. But looking at the Dow is pretty good today. Like it just took. S&P was great. NASDAQ was good near the end. So we didn't see a lot of it. GME was mostly negative. They rounded that mountain. They crashed. See, as I was saying, they would gap down, right? And then they found support here, which is the bottoms of these guys, and it probably goes to a bigger support, but yeah, nothing comes good from these mounds, right? So, yeah, not horrible. I really wish we were up back in the 9-somethings, but it is what it is. Yeah, exactly. I want to get back on that long-term growth line. And the stock probably does as well. They want to probably get back up and above, which is probably somewhere around like here. But anyways, we'll see tomorrow. Another meh day. These are the last couple here. Have been pretty shit. But it beats this. You know, at least it's not this. Because we could have easily just, where is it? Is it bars pattern? Yeah. So we could have easily taken this and just applied it here, right? So basically, we could have experienced 8-1, right? So this one's nice and useful. What I think is going to happen is essentially, let's say, this, and then, oh, you fucking won't let me flip it? You bastard. Oh, you'll let me invert it though. Okay. Well then, that's good enough. So I'm thinking something like this. Maybe like that. So we're basically going to be winding up this spring, right? And then we'll blast off, but we'll come back and zigzag our way up, but essentially zigzag our way up to 14. Something like that, actually. I don't think we're going to get this much of a high just because we're coming out of a long negative, but we'll probably get into the 11s, come back to the 10, push to 13, come back to somewhere low, a little lower, and that's better I've been describing all week, and then we have to work our way up. So this has us going to May, but I really think we're well overdue. Like this U shape, we need to gap back up to 9, 10, get us back to trending the U shape. That should be, done soon. But anyways, we'll see how it plays out. But it's still not bad. It could have easily looked like that, right? So, and then that would have been completing the crown shape basically there. So we don't want to see that. Putting us back into 5, that would be just terrible. Yep. Anyways, see you all tomorrow, same place. Have a good ones. Oh, and don't forget to sub if that's your thing, so you'll get a notification.